introduce, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feel what I feel.
Ini gelanggang kita.
Ini gaya kita.
Every
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoff.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
You destroyed a turret! I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala.
banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my
naik.
way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Muntong. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-11, minggu ke-5, hari pertama. Hello everybody, nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And we are live from Stadium Juara, the home of MPL Malaysia. Okay, oh, they want to love. Okay guys, so ini dia hari minggu ke-5. Are you guys excited? Macam cepat sangat kan? Dah nak playoffs dah. Korang rasa excited nak tengok tim mana angkat trofi untuk season ini? Oh, the crowd seems ready. Okay, with that, mari kita tengok schedule kita untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pertama, kita ada Team SMG against Red Giants Esports. Gegasi Merah lawan Gegasi Liga. Untuk match kedua pula, kita ada RSG Slate MY dan Madness Esports. Can Madness come back once again to dapatkan slot untuk masuk playoffs? Do you guys think boleh ke tak? Boleh. That's very good. So, you guys confirm excited pasal match pertama kita kan? Match pertama, excited tak? Exciting? Really? SMG versus Red Giants. Korang excited nak tengok apa? SMG. Siapa dalam SMG? Ui, Sasa, the fanboy. Okay guys, so saya nak buat something different, okay? So, saya nak invite a few players from Red Giants and of course somebody from SMG as well. Can we please have Sif, Esha dengan Lung on stage with me please? Hello. Yang mic kat mana? Yang ada.
Hello.
Oi. Okay, they are ready. Okay, so I move to the back. Okay, so let us start our mini interview dulu. Okay, so Sif dulu satu team dengan Smooth dan juga Lung masa musim ke-8. Betul kan? So, apa perasaan Sif sekarang kembali ke atas pentas MPL, lepas tu nak lawan ex-teammate awak?
Perasaan memang tak sabar untuk match ni sebenarnya. Memang nak jumpa Long. Tapi Long pula tak main, lupa. So memang match ni lah yang saya paling tunggu-tunggu.
Oh, the eye to eye contact tadi tu a bit spicy guys. Macam ada personal sikit. Okay, so Long. Pinjam. Thank you very much. Long, tadi dia cakap tak sabar. Long sekarang, come on, analyst. What do you have to say to that?
You tunggu jap.
Wow. Okay, so Esha, hari ni siapa yang akan main? Zon ke Esha?
Kita akan bagi senior kita dulu main. So junior duduk belakang lah.
Oh, junior duduk belakang. So adakah Esha akan jadi analis hari ini?
Betul, sebab dulu SMG champion masa season 8 sebab saya sub. So hari ni RG ada sub yang champion lah.
Oi, actually pandai. Dia cakap dorang champ sebab dia sub. So adakah dia punya sub tu yang macam lucky charm untuk tim menang?
Betul. Confident.
So Lung, dia cakap dia lucky charm untuk menang. SMG ada apa? SMG ada apa?
Time lawan IC you main ke? Game 1.
Dia main satu game saja.
Satu game. Lepas tu you jadi sub. Dia kalah.
macam tak okey kan?
Betul ke?
Oh, betul ke? Okay, so cap, belum lagi. So Lung, you rasa you boleh tapau game ni dengan skor berapa?
2-0 lah.
2-0. Boleh ke? Mana boleh?
Kita akan bagi 2-0 juga sebab kita orang rasa diorang akan overconfident. Itu yang kita tunggu. Tunggu orang overconfident dulu, lepas tu kita ambil di atas, kita campak ke bawah.
Wow!
Macam tu.
The higher you are, the harder you fall. I like Joking. Alright, so thank you very much. I will see you guys later. Terima kasih. See you guys. Guys, I rasa kita punya interview makin lama makin spicy. Suka tak? Janganlah cakap on the way backstage tu. Suka tak? Suka? Next time, korang nak tengok I interview siapa? Interview siapa? Sekarang players kita dah pandai taunting. Tu yang I suka. Betul tak? Okay, and with that, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Red Giants Esports and Team SMG.
Red Giants Esports.
Pasukan gergasi merah hari ini perlu membuktikan kekuatan mereka sebagai pasukan yang akan kekal di dalam MPL Malaysia. Memiliki rookie-rookie yang berbakat, inilah permulaan mereka untuk menempah nama di pesada Mobile Legends. Dengan tambahan Zorn yang tidak pernah terlepas mana-mana MPL, can he lead his team to victory once again?
Team SMG.
Pasukan gergasi Liga masih lagi on win streak. They look undeniably strong and solid. Mereka membuktikan bahawa line-up pemain tempatan mereka sememangnya sangat berbisa. Adakah mereka akan terus mendominasi musim Liga minggu ini? Mampukah mereka untuk mengekalkan kedudukan mereka dan mengunci slot ke semi-final upper bracket? Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Red Giants Esports, Coach Ozora Veki ditemani Esha Ohana di atas pentas. Manakala untuk Team SMG, Coach Haru dan analis Loom on his side. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di medan perang. Sementara player sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let's introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Yiza dan Wendy. Thank you for your hard work. And now that the players are seated, Stadium Juara, are you ready for the first match of the day? Who do you think will take the win? Will SMG continue their win streak? Or will Red Giants put an end to it all? Let me hear. Who will take the win? SMG? Red Giants? Oh, I see. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you so much, Rose. Welcome to the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 11. My name is Getting Q. This is going to be Icy Baby 1-2 here at the desk to take care of you guys this afternoon on a Friday. I know there's a lot of things going on with the rest of the world, but here in MY, some of the most entertaining games we've been having so far. And with one more week until the final lock-ins for the playoffs, things are getting tighter and tighter.
Well, it is going to be very, very intense. But here, let's talk a little bit more on the reunion match coming in here. Is going to be between Red Giants as well as Team SMG. Most of the team players themselves has been former teammates, ex-teammates here from Season 8. We've got Season 10 as well. So I'm extremely excited to see whether or not are they going to be able to adapt what they've learned or know about each other and kind of topple each other in terms of their play style here, especially coming from Zorn.
You know, I've been thinking a lot about this, right? Zorn, he's been here for basically every single season of the MPL. As exciting as he is, people are starting to underestimate him, saying, oh, this legend, not as good as Solos. Oh, this legend, he's washed up, you know? He's not getting to the place that he needs to be. And I think people are being a little too hypercritical, especially since he only joined this particular roster not too long ago.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem as well. There has been a lot of speculation and questions as well. How did he perform during the SEA Games qualifiers? And why was he selected to represent Malaysia where he's not even playing MPL? But guess what? He's back again, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not can he deliver, because now, ever since last week's performance coming from Red Giants, just came in integrated. They almost took a game against RSG Slate MY, and you know, they may be a little bit choppy in terms of play style, teamwork wise. There's just a lot of speculations coming in for Zorn, but do you think he's able to keep up with the rest of the teams right now?
I definitely think he has a certain idea of how he wants to play the game, and that adds a different dynamic to the Red Giants. I'm okay with it personally, but I do think that the Red Giants, their biggest weakness so far is playing from behind. I think, you know, when they have that lead, it's kind of a set play. They know how to kind of close out games relatively easily. But if we're talking about like overall play style, it's that mid game, it can be a little better.
Well, this is something that we are going to be talking about as well, because based on the ranking rookies here, Gojaz is actually on the second place, one of the XP laners coming from Red Giants, and some can be said he does have very, very similar playstyles to Smooth coming in from SMG, and this is something that I'm really curious here. Can he actually topple down the League Giants? And even then, Smooth currently top 1 in MVP rankings.
Yes, Smooth is looking really good, but again, 2 of the EXP laners from the rookie section here on the list, Gojas and as well as Yeah, have already shown that they've got the mechanical skill to go toe-to-toe with some of the best. And arguably, they've made bigger impacts in team fights than we've seen Smooth. Then again, it is SMG, and it is going to be a team effort at the end of the day. So I think that, you know, overall, Team SMG is looking, or should be, the favorites going in.
Gojes, however, and especially with Mincetar coming in, there's a big question mark on how the draft is going to be played out by Red Giant specifically.
Oh my goodness, now that you mention it as well. You know, Mincetar's revamp has been almost 3 weeks now, and currently, based on the current patch, it's finally been unreleased. I wouldn't be surprised both sides are going to be first phase banning Mincetar all the way through, considering how Zorn's track record, right? Based on this stats here, we can see favorite hero pick rate, ban rate. We can completely kind of sidetrack it a little bit just because of Mincetar being in the picture means one of these heroes are going to be slid through in the first phase of the bans.
Now,
or picks.
Keep in mind, the favorite hero pick rates, the Mardis, the Fredrin, the Lancelot, all struggle against the King's Calling, the ultimate from the Mincetar who denies dashes completely. No, none of this, oh yeah, your animation goes through, but it blocks it kind of, like the Arlet. No, you completely can't even touch your ability. And that's what's really, really great about the hero overall. But I don't know. When it comes to the Red Giants, there's still a lot of question marks and there's still a lot of refinement that we haven't seen from them, that polish that we should be expecting from them.
Yeah, and even here as well, you can see based on their hero pickups, it is all dashing and mobility heroes, especially with Smooth with his Benedetta has been a force of reckon here. With having this Mincetar is going to completely throw off the entire tempo and the game styles of the players. And knowing Red Giants with Zor debuting it during Season 10, when people said that, hey, Mincetar is not that great, he's been buffed multiple times. Guess what? You know, it's top ban almost every single rank game as of yet. And I want to see how well it fits the current meta. Is it going to be XP or is it going to be tank?
Personally, for me, I think Roam is a really good way to actually handle it. But SMG with a 77% win rate so far already begs the question whether, you know, that early game is going to be as clean as we should expect to see from the Red Giants. Now, let's jump into the draft phase. The draft picks are coming through, and thank you to all the fans. You know, considering all the MPLs that are going on right now, we're glad to have you here in MY. SMG on blue side, Red Giants on red side.
Well. Seems like Arlet is going to be the ban. I'm a little bit curious here. I was expecting maybe, you know, they would just respect the Mincetar. They will form a teammate. Zorn has debuted before. Guess what? SMG, they don't really care. They've got first pick priority. They might be stealing it away from Zorn. And I know for a fact that Ozor Veki knows that, hey Zorn, I know you like your Mincetar. Maybe that's going to be the case. But instead, they respect Smooth's Benedetta, and they will take it out.
I'll take it. I'll take it here. Honestly, taking out Smooth's Benedetta, I'm all for it. He's been getting away with way too many MVPs because of this hero. Someone's got to knock him down a peg, and I think maybe Gojes might be the guy to do it. Let's see what their first pick is going to be, right? Because SMG, they've got a lot of options. Valentina's still open. Fredrin's still open. I feel like knowing Subway and knowing SMG, Fredrin feels like first pick.
Yeah, this might be the case as well, but the first pick here is going to be the Fredrin coming in as they try to open things up and let Red Giants decide what they want to play. But the question here is, are they going to bring in the Mincetar right from the get-go? No, they do not. They will follow the recurring trend of the previous weeks here. And it is going to be the opening of Martin and Farsa instead. So, pretty standard opening so far. Nothing super crazy yet.
Nothing super crazy. I feel like SMG, if there's an argument for Mincetar to be played in the roam position, now might just be a good time. However, there are going to be more options that are going to suit the situation. Rock, for an example, is always really good against the Farsa matchup. We can start thinking about EXP as well in terms of whether or not you want to get your hands on the Yuzong or the Lapu Lapu.
Ooh, this is a tough one here. But I feel like Cho as well as the Kufra is something that SMG might be leaning a little bit here just because of what balance they play. But one thing I realize about them, both teams, is they tentatively like to save up the roaming position for the second phase of the draft. So I guess they kind of want to try and keep things open right now. But with the Claude as well as the Valentina pickup here, Red Giants, they can look to secure the marksman right here, right now. Or they just pick the Mincetar, but nope, it is going to be the Melissa.
I'm okay with this. The Melissa is able to keep the Fredrin away. She's able to get a good amount of damage in. I do think that it's a pretty even draft so far. I think the only thing that's lacking for the side of Team SMG is a solid way to get and disrupt the feathered airstrike from the side of Red Giants. But we're also noticing that even Red Giants, they identify this as well. They ban out the Yuzong. They want to make sure that if you're going to commit anybody to stop the feathered airstrike, it has to be the Claude and it has to be with the Blazing Duet.
Yeah, this is really smart if you think about it here. Red Giants, 4 of their bans are all targeted meta bans that can actually dive to Farsa. It seems like they do want to play around with Zac QT's composition of setting up a team fight, whereas SMG, they need to throw bodies for this. And I feel like based on the circumstances, SMG can look to try and flex up the jungle, maybe bring in a Hulker, maybe bring in a Lancelot as well. But that's the thing, right? Lancelot tank may not be the best because of the fact that Zorn hasn't shown his pick coming from Red Giants. But SMG, they will ban the Natalia. This is something that Zorn is comfortable at.
Yep, this is a good ban coming out from the side of Team SMG. A really good way to start punishing people like Valentina, like the Claude as well. Red Giants, they ban both strong EXP laners. Glue is still open, but doesn't necessarily get to the backline as easy. And more importantly, they already have the Melissa, so Glue doesn't seem to be a favorable option for Smooth. I mean, he can still go for it if he wants to, but it'll be hard overall. SMG respond by banning out the Hayabusa. I guess they have nothing else important to ban out.
I guess, you know, considering that these are heroes that can actually completely shut down the clock.
Oh!
Right? If you think about it.
Oh, I know why. Mainly because we've seen Gojas actually play the Martis in the EXP lane before, prior to this. So they just want to limit it down to make sure that Martis is definitely going into the jungle.
Okay. That makes kind of a lot of sense as well. But Red Giants, they will show Zorn's pick. It is going to be Kufra. It is going to try and deny Valence that roaming position. But that means Valence is going to be forced to play something else. But so far, Ruby to actually set up in terms of synergy with the Frederick isn't too bad in terms of chain CCs. It may not be the best way to against a Kufra, but it is good for actually setting up fights instead. So the problem here is it worth the risk to actually challenge against Zorn's Kufra?
It's a tough call. It's a really, really tough call because overall it feels like the EXP has been limited significantly, right? There's not a lot of good options for him. If not, it's just wave clears. And yep, there we go. We see the Grok. We also see the Ruby as well. So it's going to be Smooth on this Grok to try and clear the waves fast and then start rotating and making Farsa's life difficult. Red Giants, now it all comes down to this last pick. Are they still looking for an assassin at this point, or can they just show their EXP laner? Come on, where's the cool Hilda stuff?
I think they would show the Glue instead. Glue isn't too bad against the compositions coming from SMG.
That's a good point.
For the XP lane. Glue completely ignored, but I'm a little surprised that SMG still double down on the ego pick here with the Ruby, right? Like Zorn. Oh no, okay. Not happening. You talked about the Martis XP lane. It is gonna happen, and they bring in the Link coming in from Red Giants. This is very, very risky.
Hey, look, did I call it or did I call it?
You did.
Did I call it or did I call it? All right. So, jokes aside, I do think that having the Link does have a couple of benefits. And number one, it's mainly to punish Sasa on this Claude. He blind picks it. He's really confident in making an impact in this game. If he's not able to make that impact, who else on the side of Team SMG can make that happen?
Well, this is going to be a tough one, but based on what SMG is going to be bringing to the table, they are looking for those kind of 5v5 wombo combo strategies, whereas Red Giants is looking for a little bit of a split push potential. Based on the stats prediction as well, we do have a high volatility coming from kill pressures for Red Giants in terms of early aggression. But the question here is, can they dictate the early game in their favor to kind of snowball into this game? Because now we are going to be jumping into the game.
All right, let's roll into it, boys and girls. This is week number 5, our very first match of day number 1 here at the MPL MY Season 11. Team SMG on blue side and Red Giants on red.
Well, to see how things is going, it is going to be an XP Grok going on the bottom side where he is going to be going up with the Martis. It seems like against that matchup, Gojas might struggle a little bit in terms of the laning phase. And I feel like this is where SMG shines the most, right? They want Smooth to be in rotations to kind of punish the Link as quickly as can, just because of how strong he has in this wave clear.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they want him to move as quickly as possible, but I don't think Martis is going to let him. And I think Smooth's idea, he knows for a fact that he's not invading early. He's purposefully slowing down this wave, so he hits level 2 real quick. Now, Valens, ooh, he doesn't get hit by that. They managed to steal the camp away, and now SMG back off a camp ahead of the Red Giants.
Yeah, look at this, all this aggression that SMG is actually pressuring, right? They're trying to actually go in to harass Skies as much as they can, but as soon as they see that it's impossible to penetrate the jungle, they always trying to shift their focus to try and punish either the mid lane or even set up potentially for a counter engagement.
And I think this is all because of the information that Team SMG has right now, right? I mean, Red Giants, they know for a fact that Zorn is on the top side of the map with the Melissa just hovering there, so they lose a lot of this mid pressure, and Team SMG want to take advantage of this, right? Hard shove that mid lane and start rotating out.
Yep, speaking of hard shoves, bottom lane.
Gojess is fine. He'll be fine. He's Martis. He's got anti-CC, but Skies, on the other hand, might be in some trouble as he finds two people in his side of the map. Gets chunked down to 50% HP with no buffs, no camps to take. He's left out to dry.
Oh, I swear, he's got to be counting his lucky stars, man. Like, imagine if Valens had his 4 up there, the Imo that could have pulled him from the ledge, and it actually would have been an easy picks coming from SMG. And even here, they're already in position. Red Giants still haven't been able to set up a potential fight yet. It's going to be tough.
It ain't happening at all. Skies, he knows he got chunked down to half. He doesn't have the HP. He wants to get his purple buff back up. And Zorn, he finds the initial hit onto Smooth, but does it really matter? No, he's Grok. Anti-CC for days. Oh, wait, hold on. But Valens gets the catch onto Zorn with no jump feather airstrike, trying to save him from above. Zorn flickers away with 1 HP. And now Skies looking to finish off this fight and clean it up. Drops down the Blade of Tempest. Doesn't secure the kill. How does nobody die there? How does nobody die?
Oh my god, Zorn, the balls on this man. You call him an underrated tanker? Bro, he calculated it good, but bottom lane, 1v1 Gojess destroys Smooth. What?
He destroys Smooth and gets executed. Smooth did not get a single point of damage on him under his turret, and that's gotta suck for Smooth. He doesn't have his flicker as well.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this. It's so rare to see Smooth getting dived on like this, but it just shows how Martis is just extremely broken in the current patch. But all in all, well done coming from both sides. They have a little bit of identity on how they want to play around these compositions, right? Red Giants going to be playing around this lane, whereas SMG, they want to try and open up the map to buy time for Sasa to actually build into this game.
I think it's about the trio of Sky, ZaQT, and Zorn. They all have to work together. It's going to be up to ZaQT to put them low and Skies to finish them all up. Zorn needs to work with ZaQT to make sure it all happens smoothly. But now Team SMG have made a different plan. They know that Zorn is generally going to be on this side. The Red Giants, Ling, is hovering around that mid. He needs to go for his purple, so he's calling off the rest of the team, and more importantly, ZaQT up to back them up.
Yeah, this is by far one of the slower games that I've actually seen coming from both sides, and it's so rare that SMG is just playing this extremely disciplined. It just shows that they're just giving a lot of respect towards Red Giants Esports, and literally know that it doesn't really matter, because eventually, once the power spike comes in, Red Giants will not be half the damage actually finish off, and in this case, Skies, he needs to make something work from Red Giants Esports.
Hey man, I mean, it's the new kids on the block against Team SMG, which are the kids who sit at the front of the class. They're listening to things now. Skies, he is leveled down. He gets taunted off of the wall, but backline is getting attacked as Feather Airstrike gets the kill with the help of Goja. Sasa is there too, but it really doesn't matter as SYF mirrors him exactly now with a kill, and as well as the turtle falling into the hands of Team SMG. Both sides back away.
Yeah, they still trade 1-for-1. SMG still having a slight...
Whoa, bot side. Goja, whoa, he's still alive here, but the dive is going to commence, and Subway wants to finish this off. Assure's aura and a quick flicker from Gojes puts him down in the dirt top side, now getting pressured by the Red Giants.
Yep, nicely done coming from Team SMG, immediately responding with the over-aggression. They needed to make some sort of plays, but hold it thought for now, Zorn.
I mean, Zorn's on top of Valens. I don't think much is going to happen. Never mind, Feather Airstrike going to be coming down, just clipping them at the very edge, but Valens knows he's got the HP. He takes way too much damage. He has to back up, and Subway here to protect. The tier 1 goes down. Zorn gets to walk away for free. One ultimate only expanded in that engagement.
Beautiful stuff coming from Red Giants Esports. Very risky play, popping on massive ultimates, try to secure the tier 1 and open up the map, and this is exactly what Red Giants need, right? They need to chip away of objectives, open up the map a little bit more to allow Skies to kind of utilize the space across the map, and a very risky play, but it will eventually pay off if SMG doesn't take a read into this.
I will say that Team SMG did kind of disrespect the space there, right? Like too many, Valence was tanking way too many shots there. He probably could have played it a little slower. If he set it up properly with Subway, he had Flicker available to make something happen.
Yep, this is going to be the play coming from Red Giants Esports. They're setting up Skies to actually potentially rotate to the top side, but it seems like they are going to go for a lane swap to have the Melissa chip the bottom in objectives here. Just because of the fact that the turtle is going to be on the top side, it seems like Red Giants, they don't really want to fight, whereas SMG is eagerly trying to force a fight against Red Giants.
I think Red Giants understand at this stage of the game, getting their first items is so very important, right? Because Zach QT, his first item doesn't necessarily make him strong. It takes a bit of time for the clock of destinies to really get online. Zorn's taking way too much damage here, but it should be okay because the rest of his team is hovering around that side of the map. 3 for 3 on top side, while the turtle is getting chunked at the same time, and it looks like the Red Giants are not going to touch it at all. Smooth actually denying Skies any— Oh my god! He's still— Wait, Skies, don't die to the Nature's Barrier. Please don't die to the Nature's Barrier. It's coming! Oh, it doesn't connect, and Skies with the regen should have been enough to survive regardless. Mid lane, still okay. The Red Giants back off.
Oh, that is a feels bad moment, right? Like Red Giants Esports, they want to play the fact that Sky needs to apply pressure on cross map plays, but SMG, they're just like, you know what? We don't really care. We are gonna force a fight, but nope. Zorn is gonna catch balance on the back lines.
Yeah, but now they're diving Gojest, knowing that Zorn can't actually complete the synergy. Valence pulls back Zorn. Feather Airstrike is already out. Subway is able to cancel it out just in time, but SYF trying to make the difference as Sasa with the Blazing Duet forces everybody back under their tier 2s.
My goodness, I thought Zorn was pretty much in a done deal. Somehow was able to escape this, but the question here from Red Giants, despite all this pressure they're doing, guys!
No, Stormy, he's got the Decimate! Get on top of him, somebody! Oh,
no, smooth!
He's okay, he does have the power of nature, but SYF still gets hit by it, dashes out just in time to keep him alive. Oh my goodness, I thought he was dead there for sure. That wild charge, woo! That's a long stun. But here it comes, the next battle under the purple buff. Zorn is definitely dead here. Even the Feather Airstrike cannot save him. Zach QT doesn't have that Lightning Truncheon to make up the difference in terms of damage.
Oh, this is like a feels bad moment coming from Red Giants, right? Every single time they make a play, SMG is doing something else to stop those rotations, and because of this, Red Giants is always on the backseat when they have to dodge all these engagements coming from SMG, and it's just so hard to actually deal with this just because of the fact that Skies can't do his job at all. Every single time he's trying to go for crossfire plays, Smooth is either clearing the waves, either trying to harass him, trying to threaten his life, and every single time that happens, it pushes away Red Giants' advantage of going for this split push pressure.
But that's kind of the composition from Red Giants, right? Like, Skies should not be the playmaker. He is the clean-up crew, because his ideal targets are Stormy and Sasa never really shows himself until the final few moments of those fights.
Yeah, it was so very risky, but speaking of it as well, Sasa is pretty much level 11, he's got a pretty decent amount of items as well, and at this stage of the game, his Blazing Duet is gonna hit like a truck, and the problem here from Red Giants is that, can SYF be able to 1v5? And so far, all these engagements coming from SMG has been very, very split off to a point that you can't benefit from this Melissa puppets at all.
Well, I mean, I think that SYF, he still needs space and time, something that Zorn can't give him because Valence keeps getting in front of his face. Like, he is purposefully tanking all of these tyrants. Revenges. Do they see Zorn? Yeah, they do see Zorn, and now they get a collapse on top of him. Valence now in some trouble. The Feather Airstrike hitting 2. Skies cleans him up finally, but the Blazing Duet is causing so much trouble in the back lines as Gojest now forced the back away. Stormy in this 1v1 against Skies, now in the middle of 3 people. Sasa should be able to kill it, but no! Just a sliver of health off. Zorn tries to hold down the assault, but it's going to be Stormy. Decimate doesn't go off in time. The shutdown from Gojest. They find one. Sasa has his own, and that's going to be it.
Oh, beautiful plays coming from SMG, but at the same time, Red Giants, you can see the desperation. They tried to make a play. Zorn set up it up perfectly, but Skies, you can see in terms of his damage output, he was even struggling to actually kill off Stormy, despite that being his sole objectives. And SMG is just so far ahead, and it's just so very difficult at this stage of the game. And now with the Lord crashing in, it is going to be even harder to defend and go for this kind of crossfire plays.
It is a little difficult, right? I mean, Zorn's trying his best to create that space, but Valence is just denying denying him every single time. And if it's not balanced, it's smooth. They've got multiple different layers working for them. But looking at the item list, is there anything out of the ordinary? Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest items here is going to be the Winds of Nature up on Sasa, right? 10 minutes of the game, you've got a Winds of Nature, and everyone from the side of Red Giants don't have the damage to actually kill him off when he pops the Blazing Duet. The only one is pretty much ZQT, and currently ZQT has only got a Clock of Destiny, barely doing enough damage.
Look, I mean, at this point of time, Team SMG, I feel like Sasa is becoming more vocal, saying, guys, play around me. I got 9K gold. I got so much money. I'm 3K ahead of SYF right now. Without me, these fights aren't going to work. Oh, wait, Val's actually getting a pick onto ZQT, but he makes it out just in time with the Wings by Wings.
The only one that can threaten Sasa is pretty much ZQT, and every single time the start of the fight happens, ZQT just can't exactly do too much. He just got his... He just got his lightning trunk in 11 minutes a game.
It's a little delayed, we can all agree, but even if ZQT tries to take out Sasa, Sasa just dives at him. He's just like, Blazing Duet, Battle Mirror Image, come at me.
Yeah, and there's pretty much no one from side Red Giants that can actually cancel him, if you think about it, right? It's Blazing Duet pops off, the only two that can actually cancel him is pretty much either Gojaz or Zorn, and even the Blade of Tempest, you don't necessarily want to use that to cancel a Blazing Duet, where you kind of want to use it as a finisher. So I feel like Red Giants, they gotta buy time, but based on what the AI winning prediction is saying, very, very unlikely, unfortunately.
I'm surprised that it's only 71%. Like, this is an AK gold lead for the side of Team SMG 12 minutes into the game. They will close this out no problem. They're extremely disciplined. Like I mentioned before, they're the kids who sit in front of the class and take down notes to whatever the teachers are saying. They're probably prefects as well. They're probably class reps. What else?
Well, they're absolute nerds and machines. That's what SMG has been classified over the weeks, right? Like, they have textbook plays where it's easy to read them, but it's also hard to actually punish it, right? If you think about it, they're playing so safe, they're playing so disciplined to a point that if Red Giants tries to get extremely chaotic, SMG will just not take the bait at all.
Look, they're straight A students. That's all they care about, getting those A's. If somebody, I bet Team SMG has a KPI, like a requirement for the rest of their teammates. Hey, if anybody gets silver, you're sitting out. We're subbing somebody else in.
Well, that might be the possibility, but at the same time, so far, they look like gold medalists coming from Team SMG. And Sasa now is level 15. He's threatening Skies as well with just 2 skills. And even then, Skies is thinking whether or not should he stay, but guess what? Doesn't have the purple buff, not going to be able to continue with this split push pressure.
It can be a little bit difficult here, but this is going to be the very first Lord. Now, this Lord, if this cracks open an inhibitor turret, Red Giants are in a lot of trouble for the next upcoming fight. If this game gets closed out, Team SMG, well done to you. First inhibitor will fall to the Lord. Still very healthy. Blazing Duet comes in. SYF already dead. Go just trying to peel, but it's a little too late. And now Sasa all by himself. It's going to be Skies almost picking him off. And even Zorn tries to go for the counter engage, but they needed Gojaz to finish off that fight. They've lost at least 70% of their Crystal's HP already. And Team SMG, they take a 2-for-1 trade. Sasa may be down, but it doesn't mean that Stormy can't make the difference.
Oh, that's huge. That is huge for Red Giants Esports. But with the Crystal, they don't have HP. SMG, they might be looking towards this.
Yep, Gojaz, he's trying his best. Decimate's not going to matter. He gets an immortality, and Skies can't do much. As Zapway making it difficult, taking out ZQT too far behind. Immortality's going to keep him up, but that's game number 1 for Team SMG.
Oh boy, what a forced play here coming from SMG. Looked a little bit shaky, but they still got the job done. Red Giants finds a moment of brilliance to actually make a comeback, but unfortunately, it was a little bit too late. So GG, well played to SMG, because that was a game that they just completely dumpstered Red Giants in this game 1.
Yep, and it all comes down to very simple mechanics. If you're gonna babysit your gold lane, you better get ready to lose everything else on the map. And Team SMG solidify themselves even further. Oh boy, 1-0 so far here. I don't know about you, but we need to adaptations coming in from the Red Giants, because right now, their current playstyle, yes, there is very good logic to it. I cannot deny that, but they're losing on so many different fronts.
Yeah, they're literally losing in every single lane, right? Like, the whole idea of Red Giants is to play around this lane, going for split push pressure, and even the early engagements here, they're just giving too much space to SMG to a point that the moment the Link's power spikes came on, it was a little bit too late, because eventually, you know, SMG was just dominating on all fronts.
You know, I think that SMG has something a little different that, you know, unfortunately the Red Giants don't have, and that is Hotlink. Because with more internet, more speed, and more Gaia with Hotlink, you can enjoy 30 GB plus an extra 20 GB worth of bonus high-speed internet for only 35 ringgit a month. Only with the Hotlink prepaid Pantas plan. But if you're thinking, I'm a postpaid guy, what am I supposed to do? Then you can enjoy 50 GB and a new device for 0 ringgit now with the Hotlink postpaid 60.
Yep, and now, you know, when it comes to these games here, SMG has closed up a very, very convincing game 1 against Red Giants. I feel like there is so much more to talk about. If you guys are excited for more games, guess what? There is the All-Stars Event Purifier Harmonia, which is currently available now from the 31st of March all the way to the 23rd of April. You can complete tasks to collect tech notes and unlock free rewards like the special skin Rafaela, Seraphic Selfie, the Avatar Border Shine Atomic Pop, the Atomic Pop Spawn Effect, and the Graffiti Be the Superstar for 3-day trials.
Yep, guys. All-Star is now underway, so invite your friends and enjoy the generous events together, because a lot of those quests to get those techno points, you just need one other friend and you've basically gotten.
And the best part is, you gotta do it every day because there is a limit to it.
That's so annoying.
If you really want that Rafaela skin, you gotta have it.
Yeah, you got. Honestly, where are you? I'm like in B tier right now. I'm very close to A, but I have not gotten anywhere close to F.
I just passed the second tier reward. I just passed it.
You just passed it? All right, let's talk about the overall composition from both Team SMG and as well as Red Giants in these post-game stats. And more importantly, the itemization, it's not going to go too far. Only Sasa, who has this 11k gold lead.
Yeah, when it comes to this kind of compositions, right, like from the side Red Giants, like you can see that Zorn is always trying to set up a couple of plays coming from SMG, but the problem is they couldn't go for the finisher. The idea was to make sure that we know for a fact that Skies is the finisher, but every single time Skies tries to make a play, they just can't seem to kill him off, and it's kind of surprising considering that technically Red Giants does have the capabilities to actually kill off SMG.
They do, but I do think that like a lot of it just boils down to the fact that Zorn was not opening the map. Zorn was just making sure their entire plan was to protect this Melissa and play for the later stages of the game where they can actually start scaling up. ZachQT, he had to recall a good number of times because of the way Stormy and Valens were pressuring him in lane.
Yeah, it was just so difficult to actually watch as well. They were just so far away. And the moment SMG found a little bit of a slight dent in the cracks of your defense, they will continue to punish this. And based on this pulse against stats, you can see Stormy, he's got 49,000 damage compared to ZachQT. He's got 44k. I wouldn't say that ZachQT isn't doing his job, but it feels like, you know, they just can't get the job done at all, despite all this damage coming from ZachQT.
I mean, he's the only one doing the damage. SYF not even close. Even Sky is struggling to finish out. Gojes, who's supposed to actually be the secondary finisher, doesn't get too much as well. So I think SMG completely won out. And I wouldn't even say that it's a draft issue. There's definitely an idea coming out from the side of the Red Giants. It's just the execution of it requires the mid-game, the early game especially, to go well to transition better for the mid-game.
Yeah, when it comes to the execution, right, I feel like they needed a little bit more room to actually do what they intend to do, which is the kind of split push pressure, right? SMG is there to actually block it time and time and time again, right? You've got the Smooth, who's always pressuring on the side lanes here, applying pressure, and every single time Skies shows a lane, he is gonna threaten it. And it's not just once, I think twice now Smooth has done that to Skies, forcing Red Giants to just completely lose map control around the game. But nevertheless, a game is still a game. With the game 1's MVP here, it is gonna be Stormy up with his Valentina.
Yep, with a 6-1 and 3 match KDA. He didn't have to do too much, but you know how he plays, man. He's farming that KDA. He wants to be ending this season with the highest KDA possible.
Hey, it is, you know, ever since his debut, he has been very consistent in that KDA department. So I wouldn't be surprised it is going to be the case for him once again. But I'm curious to see whether or not will he be able to do it with SMG again for this season. SMG so far looking very, very strong on all fronts. The regular series MVP, there is still a possibility for being top 1 all the way through, and so far they're undefeated.
I mean, there's a lot of good things going for Team SMG, honestly, but let's have a look at the heat map of specifically Stormy, right? How in the world is he getting these sort of damage numbers considering how fast the game is?
Well, based on what I'm seeing here, he is going to be playing a lot in terms of a mid-lane rotation, so 4 minute 30, 7 minute 30, they're always interjecting in a place where they don't necessarily invade the enemy's jungle, but what they do is they try and set up roadblocks to actually stop Red Giants from being overly aggressive to potentially cut off the creep waves.
know, that's an interesting take because the way I see from this heat map, it feels like Stormy, with the help of Valens, we clear out mid lane, we go into the sides. We start messing around with Gojas, they start messing around with Skies as well. They don't necessarily have to walk up. If they want to invade, let Subway do it. We just need to enable him. But if we're talking about the side lanes, Gojas dying to the 2v1 down on bot side because Stormy showed up with the help of Smooth to set it up. Top side as well, the 3v2, the constant dives. Gojas switched lane and he still died up top side.
Yeah, it's just crazy considering how quickly they were able to actually rotate in between lanes. But based on what we're seeing as well, this is pretty much the highlights in case you missed the action in game number 1. Game 1, you know, this early fights as well, we saw a little bit of brilliance from Gojas outplaying Smooth in a 1v1 matchup, but even then Smooth was able to keep up a trade-off 1-1. But as the game kind of progresses as well, SMG just completely chokes Red Giants every single front. Wherever they go, Red Giants just could not even find a room to actually commit to a fight. And even in this final fight as well, they didn't even need Smooth in this engagement.
Yeah, and I mean, Smooth, they technically don't even need Smooth, but Smooth is in a position where his team is really far ahead. Like, it's 6.6k at this point. They're diving, they're invading. Team SMG can basically do no wrong at this stage. And I think that the Red Giants, this is what I'm talking about. They really struggle to play from behind. It feels like they want to do things, but if their opponents are good, and especially if they are textbook, they feel locked out of the gold.
Yeah, it's so hard to watch as well. Like, it looks really good from Red Giants from that engagement, thinking of 5v4, right? As soon as they saw Smooth was alone out top, they thought they had the wombo combo, but still, at this stage, they were just so far behind, and that's the thing about having a Fredrin and Ruby composition. You dive into the fight, if you do not one-shot or find any kill potential on these two heroes, or even the back lines, they are going to chain CC you, they are going to disrupt you, they are going to stop your combos, they are going to disrupt you, and because of that, you know, they just couldn't get a kill at all.
Oh boy, it's not easy, especially when you're getting in front of the main tools to stop people. But guys, if you're sick of the All-Star, don't worry, we have the All-Star bonus event in case you want a little bit more. The All-Star Last Encore, which is available right now, and you can select the limited skin that you want and redeem it for free. That's right, a limited skin that you want, and it's free. You know what times they are from. I'm not going to repeat that. But if you complete those tasks, you get to collect the Wish skin fragments and redeem one of the skins below: the Gadokacha R-Hat King, the Natalia Deadly Mamba, the Esmeralda Poison Vine, the Mardis Deathrock, the Rizla Hammer Giant, the Alpha Crimson Warrior, the Harith Fashion Expert. All this and more during the All-Star events, which are coming in full swing.
Yep, and speaking of the All-Stars as well, there's just so much to talk about because here, you know, I've never seen ITZY before, but after hearing the songs, it's like, hey, it sounds really nice.
Hey man, there's a reason why K-pop is popping off these days. People are into it. People are really into it, and they are willing to do a little too much for it.
Now, in case you missed out on Game 1's draft, let's take a look at who's the draft recap so far. Based on what Red Giants is playing here as well, based on the bans, they are looking to try and enable ZachQT to actually do his job. I won't deny that ZachQT has done 44,000 damage. He's technically doing his job, but the rest of his teammates can't exactly go in for the finisher, like you said as well. Skies struggling to actually cut the back lines.
I mean, this is a very good case study for people who want to understand what priority is. Why is the first move so important? And this is exactly why. ZachQT, either he gets pressured and he's forced to recall, which is the worst case scenario, but even if he is allowed to move, he has to first clear his wave, maintain the levels, and then start moving, which gives 2 to 3 seconds of an opening for the impact players like Stormy to start diving the bottom side, to start attacking the gold lane on the top side.
Now, this is where being flexible is extremely important, right? When it comes to roamers as well, Valens on the Ruby has been prioritizing and making sure that Stormy does that exact same thing to make sure that ZachQT can't do his job. Whereas Zorn, he's playing a Kufra, he has only 2 choices. If you play the setup with the Farsa, you're gonna lose your pressure to try protect the gold lane. If you play around the gold lane, you're not gonna be able to do too much. And here, it becomes a predicament for a Kufra player compared to Ruby. Ruby, you have more flexibility, you have more mobility, but Kufra, once you go all in, it's hard to get out.
Exactly. And no, that's the thing, right? Team SMG, they understand that, and they're utilizing these micro mechanics to really punish their opponents here. But let's jump into the draft picks for game number 2 in this best-of-3 series. Let's see whether the Red Giants are going to stay on red side or move over to the blue side. And it looks like they are going to be on the blue side, Team SMG on the red.
I like how Red Giants is just like respecting Stormy a little bit too much, you know? And like I was expecting maybe a Kadita ban coming from SMG, but nope. Don't need it. Red Giants, they banned the Kufra as well as the Valentina. They're opening up S-tier picks. All right, okay.
Yeah, a lot of S-tier picks in a matter of fact here. But all right, let's see what the flavor of the week is going to be. The Wan gets banned out. I'm expecting Red Giants to go for Fredrin here. Or maybe, oh, that's true. Arlet is open. Then again, honestly, everything is open. Like Kaja is open.
Mincitar is open. Arlot is open.
I don't think Mincitar is going to show himself just yet. Last game, we didn't see him touched at all. And look, there we go. Arlet already first picked.
I want to see the Mincitar. I'm feeling Valence, right? Like if you think about Valence as a roamer, regardless of when he was playing gold laner back in the days, he has some very, very freaky drafts. And interesting enough, Valence has played a Mincitar before. I remember it was one game, but it was very, very not noticeable.
I think you're talking about Zorn here in season.
No, not Zorn. I'm talking about Valence. He's played one game before during season 10 against to try to test out against Zorn.
Ah, okay, interesting. Well, I don't know. I don't think Valence is going to be the one playing Mincitar. I think Smooth might play the Mincitar. That'd be very interesting to see that Arlet versus Mincitar matchup, especially in the early phase. But we see Farsa and Fredrin locked in for Team SMG. The Subway special here. Fredrin with that 6-foot long. Make it a double. Add the added bit of range with the help of the Feather Airstrike. They've got a masterpiece sandwich ready to go.
You know, when talk about 6 foot long, right, it kind of reminds me of that height difference between Lafel and Zayed. I know Zayed is not 6.
Save it for the next best of 3. Save it for the next best of 3. All right, we don't know the lineups for that one, but it might be Zayed in the jungle again. But Red Giants, I still remember the photo. I know what you're talking about. We'll talk about it later. But Red Giants this time now looking for that counter draft, right? They already have the Arlet. We know that Gojas is a phenomenal player when he has what he wants. I'm thinking early game, so
okay.
As well as Kadita. Okay, I'm generally liking the vibe from Red Giants this time around.
You know, SMG has been known to be one of the very few teams in MPL MY to be first phase banning Kadita every single game. And this is the only one time they let it through. And our Red Giants like, you know what? Zach is going to play it.
Yep, and it's going to be personally, I think it's going to be interesting here because now Team SMG a little bit on the back foot, and they blind pick Sasa's Claude all over again.
Seems like a mirror matchup from game number 1. They're near identical drafts, except that they switch up the Farsa instead of Valentina for Stormy. And so I don't think there's much changes for SMG on how they want to draft this hero again. So I wouldn't be surprised that SMG says that, you know what, Valence, you're playing the Ruby again. It's okay. The Fredrin Ruby combo works. It's annoying. If Red Giant decide to go for a Diggy for Zorn, well, Zorn can't play an Enchanter. He is known for his aggression.
I would agree. I definitely agree with you. There are moments where, well, then again, we have seen Zorn play Diggy before, but that's like, days gone by. Team SMG, they ban out the Kaja here. I don't think the Ruby is going to come out again, mainly because what are you looking to disrupt? Previously, it's like, oh yeah, you're able to stop the Feathered Airstrike. You're also able to disrupt the Ling, more importantly, as well as the Kufra. Now this time with the Martis, probably not that easy, but then again, it is Red Giants. They can flex it around.
You know what? Mincitar. Mincitar on SMG is really nice now. If you think about it, drop a King's Calling, Martis can't do anything. Arlet can't do anything. Kadita, well, Kadita is going to be...
She can kind of do stuff.
Yeah, I still can kind of do stuff, The rough waves.
It would be very funny if their only counterplay for ZQT on Kadita is like, instead of Petrify, because I'm not going to be able to close the distance, just give me a flicker. It just flickers on top of people into the rough waves. That'd be funny.
Where is my
but
target?
Seeing how the bans is, Natalia will be banned. This is a Zorn special. It seems like they're asking for it coming from SMG.
No, honestly, I think it's a really good ban here. Natalia is frustrating to deal with, especially if you are Farsa, and more importantly, if you're a marksman, you basically get one shot by it every single time. You have to pray that you have a airtight defense to kind of keep her outside of your map.
Well, speaking of which, with the Grog being banned coming in from Smooth, Benedetta also banned. These are all targeted bans from the side of Smooth here from Red Giants. It feels like they want Gojas to win his matchup again. And like you said as well, I wouldn't be surprised this is going to be an XP Mortis and Jungle Arlott potentially?
No, I think it's going to be Arlott in the... Arlott in the
XP, Jungle Mortis, right?
And Jungle Mortis. That should be the standard here, unless we see the next couple of picks kind of change that up.
Red Giants, they banned them.
Look, they're on the... You guys are on the same wavelength right now, right? Red Giants basically one and the same. The Mincetar gets banned out. It looked good for SMG. They identified it too. So well done to Ozoroveki. He knows his stuff.
I hate it. I really hate it. Look, I really wanted to see a Mincetar, you know, like I'm feeling a little bit down because of the fact that I think SMG technically would take a 2-0 against Red Giants, but at the same time, there's still somewhat of a hope, but I'm curious to see what Valens plays now because he still has the Ruby, Grok is down, Mincetar is down. So there is still a Cho, but against Red Giant's composition, I feel like Cho will struggle a little bit more. Ruby has a little bit more leeway, but nope, he's keeping his heroes open for now. They're giving Smooth the Lapu Lapu first for SMG.
I think Team SMG has a sneaking suspicion that SYF is going to play Melissa all over again. And I think that is a very fair argument considering he's been playing a majority of his games on the Melissa anyways.
That might be the case. That might be the case. But I want to see SYF play something else. Maybe a Beatrix or something, right? So far as Melissa wasn't able to do too much in the previous game.
Look, that's not happening. He is not going to be touching the Beatrix this game.
Carry, maybe? I think Carry's pretty good.
I think Carry's okay, yeah. Oh, there, you called it. Carry is going to be locked in, especially when you have Fredrin on the opposing side. Usually the carry is a pretty decent way to do it. My only issue with it is that it's a bit tough when you see a Lapu Lapu coming in with the Bravest Fighter as well as the Claude with the Blazing Duet, but very smart Red Giants.
No. This is a denial towards Valens, but at the same time, we've got the king of TikTok, baby. We've got Zorn on his show.
We've got Zorn on his show. And Smooth's just dead expression. He's just like, all right, okay, that's cool.
Are we going to see some TikTok moments from Zorn? What are the chances?
I'm sure he's going to get at least one cool kick at some point, but again, there is one hero that could completely deny all the CC from the side of the Red Giants. I'm hoping Haru sees it.
Diggy?
Yep, Diggy's pretty good. He's able to counter a majority of things, but there's also Faramis. Oh, it's about team fighting. You can't decimate someone if they have a second life.
You know, we completely forgotten about how annoying Faramis is in this patch, and because it was bad in the previous weeks because of a little bit of bug issue, we've forgotten that it is still in the pool. So for SMG to bring this in the pool, it is going to put the Red Giants in a very, very difficult spot.
Yep, Red Giants. This is going to be interesting for them because team fights just got significantly harder, and the cleanup squad might have to go through 2 lives to get on top of them overall.
Now, with that being said here, this is going to be the map predictor from both sides as well. Once again, Red Giants having a little bit higher in terms of the overall kill pressure just because of how strong this Kadita is going to be bringing to the table. But in the overall team fight coming from SMG, they will have a little bit better synergy with their composition. So in terms of matchups predicted, I'm liking Red Giants a little bit more for game number 2. And the adaptations has been made. And without further ado, we are going to be jumping into game number 2.
All right, welcome everybody. This is game number 2. The Red Giants trying to take a point from Team SMG, who is currently at match point. Zorn on his infamous Cho here once again. On the blue side, Team SMG on the red. Oh, Zorn.
Oh, no.
Oh, Zorn, please, don't.
Wait, they're just letting him off the hook? That's kind of a little bit surprising here.
No, that's great. It just means that he has to recall. He's not going to mess with the enemy, with their own jungler, and more importantly, he's going to be inactive on the map.
I genuinely feel bad for Zorn as well as Zach Duty as of yet. Pay attention to the battle spells coming for SMG. Double Purifies up on Valens as well as Sasa. and I was expecting Stormy to go for the Purify as well, but it seems like he's going to trust Valens to keep him alive, I guess.
More importantly, he's got the Wings by Wings, so he does technically have a means to escape. It does tell us that Zorn has to flicker on top of Stormy or catch Stormy off guard from a potential flank, maybe a bush. We'll see in a little bit. But Valens getting a little low as Zorn continues to walk up forward. Sky's trying to steal away this purple buff from Subway so far. Stormy will be able to get back into this fight. He's got a little bit of damage here, but are they going to commit retribution? Yes, they are. Sky's hits level 4. And
huge!
1 decimate, 2 decimate, and a double kill going over to Skies. Well played. A very good timing by the Red Giants.
Oh, huge catch coming from Zach QT to he actually timed the Petrify and waited at the last moment knowing that G couldn't do. juggle coming from Zorn is going to buy him in time for the triple knockout coming from ZQT. So nicely done coming from Red Giant Esports here. A little bit better compared to Game 1 now.
No, this is a great interaction because they knew Skies was needed just a little more EXP to hit for, and ZQT is targeting specifically Subway to make sure that he doesn't get the retribution off. Skies instantly wins that trade, and since they were low, just decimate, decimate, decimate.
Yeah, that was very, very nicely done here. First time seeing SMG going to be losing out a little bit in terms of early aggression. So this time they are going to play the early catch-up, where ZQT is looking to try and go in for a catch as well. They're sending in Gold Jazz, but I don't think they want to try and challenge Subway this early on.
I think they want to keep doing this. They want to starve him out of farm. They want to make sure that Martis is always ahead of Subway, so they ensure that every neutral objective, 50-50, is in their favor of the Red Giants.
This is a big problem coming from SMG, right? The biggest problem is that they just lost a very, very huge lead. They have to play catch-up. Balance doesn't have his Cult Altar yet, and that might be a little bit of a problem. And like you said as well, Red Giants, they need to keep up with this pressure, but they're giving just SMG a lot of space, and Subway now gonna be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, there we go. That's a kick of a lifetime as we see Sasa with Blazing Duet trying to punish Zorn for his mistakes. If Farmus drops his Call Altar just in time to keep him alive, Skies doesn't find anybody low except for Subway. He tries over the wall, but Subway hops in time. Feather Airstrike takes out the Kadena, and SYF gets pulled back. Skies gonna say no more. You are not gonna take away my gold laner.
Oh, what a clutch coming from Valence, saving Subway at the last moment. And during the Cult Altar, Subway was able to heal up his original HP while he was low. Bottom lane.
Storming finally going down, trading 1-for-1 against SYF. Sasa gets to make it out for free. Valence gets kicked backwards, and Zorn should be able to win this 1v1 with the help of Skies, but even Valence understands he doesn't want to be part of this no longer. Pulls Zorn in. That might be a mistake. Third hit of G-Kundo knocking him up with the help of ZQT. Mega kill for Skies.
Oh, nicely done coming from Red Giants to equalize that as much as they can. But it's not really a big problem for Valence here. You know, this is a Faramis we're talking about, right? You've got those passive abilities, and the moment he died, he just respawned straight up just because of how much stacks he actually got. And now SMG, they're looking to go in for aggression. SMG, he's played this a little bit safely here. Valence goes in for the pull.
Yep, they already got the retribution out of him. Sky's trying to get away, but Goja's the one with the final slash. Smooth is able to take out one. They trade 1-for-1 so far. Jungle for jungle, and now it's all about who can get more. Petrify out with the Breath of the Ocean to knock him up. Stormy, who already put down a 50% HP, but it looks like Gojas has run out of mana. Zorn backs away. It looked like he wanted to go for a little bit more, but his teammates just don't have the resources. Sasa and SYF rotating into mid. Blazing Duet's already out to clear up that wave, and now Team SMG have first move.
I've never seen SMG this aggressive before. It feels like a Toda Langa strategy. When you least expect it, they are going to hit you, and because of this hit, Red Giants, they're forced to back off. They have to go and root for the reset, and this gives them an opportunity to take the turtle. However, Skies might have a little bit of a thing to say about this.
He does, and it's going to be the Fredrin. Subway gets it, taunting Skies just in time. Oh, Smooth, he actually misses the Earth Shatter, and now Zorn kicks him, doesn't get him under the tower. Now he does, as he gets pushed underneath by the Chura's aura, and it's going to be Skies once again. Valence doesn't save his teammate's life in time, but still, SMG continue to press on.
Oh, this is scary. Despite all this plays coming from Red Giants, we've got a lot of flashy moments. Zorn has been doing really, really well with all the setups, but while this is all actually happening, right? Take a look at what is happening on the other side of the map. Sasa is getting his farm here. Sif is also getting farm. Both taking a lot of those pressure away from the fight at all. And this is actually giving them opportunity to eventually scale into a later stage of the game.
I mean, I think the later stages of the game are coming up pretty quick here, especially as we transition into mid. Team SMG, you mentioned before that they were being aggressive. I personally think that it's self-defense. Red Giants are the one invading their homes, invading their land, and more importantly, trying to get away this retribution from Subway early on.
Yep, it is going to be a little bit of a problem, but eventually Subway is going to be the biggest threat coming from SMG, right? We've talked about how tanky it can get, but Red Giants, they have a solution, but top side, Gojas!
Gojas trying to outplay the situation, but he gets stunned, and now on top, ooh, He tries to get on Stormy. Zach QT misses entirely with the Ocean Oddity and now is forced to back away. Skies is nearby just in case Zach QT needs a bailout, and he needs that bailout now. The taunt's already out. Zach QT petrifies on top of Smooth into the rough waves. They lose top side, and now Team SMG presses their advantage forward. Stormy wants a little bit more action here. Earth Shatter, does he get the stun onto the Kadena? Yes, he does. Bravest Fighter doesn't secure the kill. His mid lane gets shoved in.
Yep, Zach QT is able to get out because at the same time, SMG, they made the right call. They know for a fact that if they overcommit to this, there's no way Valence is able to actually back up just because of how Valence pretty much showed himself in the mid lane. Red Giants is able to respond accordingly. But as of now, Zorn opening up the map, he wants to set up for that kick again. But the question here is, does he target a Valence and isolate him, or does he target on Sasa? Because as of now, Stormy seems to be unkillable coming from Red Giants right now.
Well, to be fair, he doesn't have his flicker anymore. In the next minute or so, Red Giants could potentially punish. But we'll see how this goes. Bravest Fighter once again from Smooth to start things off. The zone away Skies. He sees Zach QT. Breath of the Ocean doesn't connect still. Gorgeous is on him, and Zorn lost too much HP. Can't be back in that fight. Forced to recall. Free turtle for the side of Team SMG. They continue to press their advantage forward, but Subway, he's not giving up on this. And finally, Zach QT is out of there.
Oh, feels bad coming from Zach QT there. Like, that was a very, very nice final slash, but Zach QT was like 3 seconds before the Petrify. And if he got that combo, he could have gotten a one shot here, but no!
Yep, there we go!
As soon as I say it!
He tried. Smooth gets to live there thanks to the help of Valence. Good Purify from Valence to get off the call altar just in time to save his teammates' life.
Oh my god, that was so nerve-wracking for Team SMG. Everything could have gone wrong, but of course, with one Purify, there's nothing much you can do against a Petrify, you know? There's nothing much you can do. You gotta bait it out. But as of now, Red Giants, they are having a little bit more momentum compared to Game 1. But at the same time, SMG, they're still getting farm across the maps. And based on the gold ranking, look at Sasa. He's just so far ahead compared to SYF. But top side, they get the pick on Smooth.
We missed the TikTok moment here. Oh, Subway doesn't even hit the... Oh, that's sad. He doesn't even get the taunt in time. He's purposely baiting out this fight, knowing that Valence is running up to save him with a Shadow Stampede. Here he comes. Ghostbuster is out. Rough Waves is down. Here we go. Big ol' 4,000 damage. Double kill. This is why Subway is the best Fredrin in Malaysia.
What the heck did I just watch?
You just watched a chainsaw massacre, my guy.
Oh my god. Like, I was about to call out that there's no way Valence is gonna keep him alive. He didn't even have Count Altar. He just showed pressure, and Red Giant just completely got demolished by Subway. What a play.
He knows what he's doing. Feathered Airstrike is already out. Now Sky's left out to dry. Not enough shots. Oh, it's the Blazing Duet that finishes him off, but Goja is able to get the final slash down, but Call Altar is just way too good. Can somebody break the turret already? It's been up for way too long. Sasa is out of there with the Battle Mirror Image. Mid-tier 1 falls, and now with 2 members dead and 4 seconds on the Lord, Team SMG, they've got position, baby.
You know, SMG is just playing this so smart. Every single time they take a fight, they know for a fact that Red Giants is not able to overcommit, and while they're doing this, they're greeting it out with either Smooth or Sasa going for this kind of split push pressure to shove the lane. And Red Giants, every single time, they have to react with 2 things: force a fight or choose to defend against the crossmap plays.
Yeah, and you know, previously Team SMG has been a very shy team. I don't know where they got the charisma from. Zorn ends up dying there. There's honestly no reason for him to show his face there, but hey, you know what? That's just a personal opinion. Team SMG, with this small 5K goalie, and I say small very lightly here. It's in a professional setting, 5K is pretty devastating for most laners that are losing. But Team SMG, they've got this new level of confidence, and it's making me uncomfortable.
It's crazy, right? It's crazy how SMG just play aggressive, well-leaded, considering that they are very, very defensive and calculated. But as of now, Sky's in a very awkward position. Sasa is going to chip into tier 2.
There's nothing he can do. Like, he's trying to clear these waves. The waves are too strong. And now with the Lord pressing in, whoa, actually under the inhibitor turret that's Smooth in the middle of this fight, can't get out. It's going to be SYF who takes him out. Feather Airstrike out against Zorn, trying to get some kind of return kill. But in the mid lane, we do see that Goja is trying his absolute best to kill Sasa. He doesn't get it. It was so very close. The Vengeance didn't heal himself enough. Valence pulls back Skies, but Sky's going to say, nope, I'm out of here. Mortar coils away.
Oh, the idea coming in from Gojas is right? He needed to distract them so that Red Giants can actually clear the minions and then regroup to choose a fight. But the problem with the drafts coming from Red Giants is that where is the wave clear coming from? Zach QT is not a type of mage where you can clear waves very easily. Skies is struggling as his F. on his own, SYF can't exactly do that as well. So this is becoming a big problem for Red Giants when it comes to wave clears.
Yep, I mean, their high ground defense from the side of Red Giants is basically non-existent at this point, and they wanted to make sure they had that early lead and maintained it for as long as possible against Team SMG, because that's how their composition worked. And now, with a 7.5k lay for the side of Team SMG, this is basically impossible, but Valence forcing out the call altar super early on. It's down, and Feather Airstrike is already taking it out. Members, double kill for Stormy, as Sasa is going to run them down too. Arlet dead, 3 kills for nothing, and Valence, all he had to do was press his ult as well as Purify.
I genuinely feel bad for Red Giants Esports at this stage of the game. Like, the moment they dive in towards a Paramis, knowing that there are 4 melee heroes and the Shadow Stampede is going to get everyone pulled back if you try to disengage, there's nothing really Red Giants can do. And now, SMG, they just collapse on them.
Smooth in with the Braves fighter, and that's GG. Well played. See you next time. Team SMG, newfound confidence, newfound charisma. Take this game 2-0 against the Red Giants. GG. Well played.
Very, very nicely done coming from SMG. You can see even the fans as well completely cheering at this decimation. Completely calculated, all part of the strategy, and it just completely destroyed Red Giants in this 2-0 series.
Oh, this could not have gone better for Team SMG. Really showing what they got. Really confident in their comfort heroes and continuing to go and sweep up teams that don't match their skill level.
Oh, it's tough. Zorn, he's trying his best. He's still all smiles here coming from Red Giants, but all things considered, it means that SMG will continue their 2-0 streak as they try to top the leaderboard, whereas Red Giants is barely hanging on to try and contest for the top 4 position.
They didn't even get a single point off of Team SMG as they continue their win streak from here on out. The fans are riled up. They're very happy with the content of their mic checks, but even so, by their gameplay, they continue to be impressive. The real question is whether this is going to translate over to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, we always talked about teams like that. But before that, let's take a look at what they have to say as we throw it over on the stage with our lovely host, Rose with the boys.
And SMG continues their win streak once again with another 2-0 in the bag. Oh my. So, Lung, depan sikit guys, depan sikit. Oi, fanboys. Okay, so, Lung, tadi Lung cakap apa? Lung cakap apa tadi?
Tadi Isha cakap season 8 jadi sub. Kita tak pakai main kan? So sekarang jadi sub, asal kalah sama kita loh.
I rasa I paling batu api dekat MPL ni. So, nak cakap apa sekali lagi dekat dorang? Dekat Esha.
Gula Evan lah.
Okay. So, Coach.
Hello.
This is another win for SMG. Okay, another one in the bag. What is your recipe for consistency?
Trust your team.
Trust your team. Do the boys trust you?
In a way.
But guys, do you guys trust your coach? Tengok muka Stormy. I rasa Lafel tak cakap good luck kot. That's why
he did.
Oh, he did!
In live. In live some more.
Live?
Yes.
Lafel, your curse no longer works on SMG. We see you. Okay, so, Valence? Valence. Oh, kat sini. Sorry. Okay, Valence, so we know that your next match will be against Team Ha, your former teammates as well. What are you expecting with this matchup?
Just usual stuff. We just have a fun matchup. Yeah, biar match seru aja.
Biar match seru, I agree. I rasa match tu memang akan jadi seru. Okay, so who do you guys think is the MVP of this match? Okay, count with me. 3, 2, 1. It's Subway! Ooh, Subway with a double kill just now on the Fredrin. Tadi double kill kan dengan Fredrin? Yeah. So, another MVP for you. Is MVP of the season your target?
Tak pun.
MSC je.
Oh, MSC! Oh my goodness guys, SMG is ready for MSC. Okay, so Sabar nak cakap apa untuk semua orang yang datang dan sokong Team SMG hari ini?
Terima kasih sebab support SMG walaupun fans base SMG tak banyak sangat macam yang lain. Tapi thank you untuk semua yang datang. Lastly, thank you Maxis.
Alright, thank you. It's now time to invite the lucky fan up on stage. Can we have Iqbal? Tu dia. Hello. Hari ni kita matching. Dia pakai baju Melayu, pakai baju kurung. Tak plan. Jangan. Okay, so Iqbal nak cakap apa dekat Team SMG?
Team SMG ni memang luar biasa lah bagi saya. SMG tu apa? Luar biasa!
Alright, thank you. Stay here untuk ambil gambar dulu. Dan kalau korang nak saksikan game yang panas macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Kalau korang ialah satu audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Alright, thank you Iqbal and thank you to Team SMG. Congratulations once again. Guys, Stadium Juara, let me hear you scream for SMG. Happy tak? Happy tak? Sekali lagi, happy tak? Okay, and with that, Jom, let's show it back to the casters to know what they think about this game. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Rose. And with a 2-0 to completely sweep the Red Giants under the rug, Team SMG continue their win streak once again. And I can't wait to see the post-game analysis here. More importantly, the item builds. I'm very curious about one thing, but we'll talk about it in a bit.
Yeah, but as of now, I like the confidence coming from SMG. I'm prepared for MSC. And you know what's really funny? SMG has the tendency to kind of win games when it was not M series on the line. If you think about it here, when they were champion, they represented Malaysia, and unfortunate to say, that season wasn't M series, and it's just so unfortunate that they didn't make it.
Well, I don't know. I think that this coming MSC is going to be pretty interesting, especially for a Malaysian team. Do we expect them to do well? That's a completely different story, but so far the showings have been good. So as of yet, I do want to see whether this consistency is going to actually bleed over to the end of the season and more importantly right up to playoffs, because that's where Malaysian teams really struggle.
Yeah, I want to see how it goes as well, because as of now, when it comes to this moment as well, I want to see whether or not can they go completely undefeated. Will they overcome Homeboys of holding the title of one of the best during the regular season? This is one of the very few seasons where we kind of see Homeboys still did their own thing, but SMG just completely outshined them.
Yeah, they're looking really great, and I think the lineup that they have is really good. I just wish that we saw more variety from them, because right now we keep on seeing the Valentina, the comfort picks, the quads, and it's mainly for Subway. Man, that Fredrin is nasty.
Now, as of now, let's talk a little bit more on the highlights as well. With a 5-match losing streak, what can they do to bounce back and secure upper brackets coming in from Red Giants? Because I've talked about this as well. They were on 5th placement, and 4th placement was pretty much Lunatics, right? Lunatics has played 6 games. Red Giants was having their 7 games. And this was their 8th so far. Yep. It feels like they're struggling to try and secure themselves with upper brackets.
Well, if my memory serves me right, I don't think it's up to the Red Giants anymore. I think this was one of the few games that they could posture themselves for a strong finish at the end of the season. Relegation is probably not even on their minds right now. But there definitely is a moment of stress. Had this gone a little bit better, a stress reliever. But Red Giants overall really struggled in this game.
Yeah, definitely as well. Based on the items as well, you can see from the side of SMG, they're just so far ahead. And the problem here, even with the items here, I feel like Valence had a very, very interesting build, right? Instead of going for the Dominance Eyes, where we kind of usually see on the tanks here, he actually opted to go for the Necklace Endurance. A little bit of small rework in the current patch. But interesting enough, based on this composition, we've got 4 melee heroes coming from Red Giants, and Valence is a Faramis. If you dive onto a Faramis, if you do not burst him down quickly enough, this Faramis is going to punish you if you try to disengage.
See, here's the thing. That's why I wanted to see what exactly was Valen's going to do. Was he going to start greeting out instead of having the Magic Worship go for something like Mystery Shop? I was very curious about it, and especially when I did see that Necklace of Durance, the itemization to build the components required to build into the Necklace of Durance has changed a little to give you a little bit more of that mana regen, which is great because he decided to go for the Enchanted Talisman. Huge amount of cooldowns, a good amount of mana regeneration, but not enough to sustain you constantly in lanes or when you're moving around the map.
Now, I think the gem is one of the biggest game changer for a lot of these heroes, right?
Oh,
why Clock of Destiny is so valuable is because you have this gem, you're getting levels, you are going to be able to somewhat sustain the lane, act as some sort of regeneration. But with the Durance here, I feel like a lot of people undervalue this item now, considering that Dominance Ice has kind of fallen off in the patch, even though it's
whoa. Let's back up here. Dominance Ice is the staple item.
True.
It will always be there. Nothing's going to change that.
Well,
Nothing.
Dreadnought Armor is cheaper, man.
Dreadnought
Way
Armor,
cheaper.
yeah, Dreadnought Armor sounds really cheap, but does it deny, reduce healing and shield and slow down marksmen? I don't think so.
Well, that's the thing about why tank meta is just so annoying here. There's just so many good items on the tank composition. But before we go into those itemizations here, let's take a look at the overall damage output here. SMG 190k compared to Red Giant's 150k. That is... Yo, Valence is 45k with Stormy on 47k.
See, that's why when you have that Magic Worship, that early game, you actually really stick to people. It hurts. It sucks to deal with. And I think, you know, Red Giants, they had a decent early game, right? I mean, especially in game number 2, their draft is designed for that early game to get ahead. And they had some great ideas. Number 1, with this composition, especially as soon as, not Gojas, when Skies hits level 4, he can start chaining kills together with the amount of kill pressure that they have. Game number 1 is where we do see the traditional sort of Red Giants, right? I do think it's a bit weird that they wanted to go for the Martis not to be in the jungle, considering that they're up against a Fredrin anyway. The Fredrin into the Ling matchup is a little difficult no matter what.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult as well. I like during game 2, they were able to adapt, right? Red Giants was able to get a very, very early kill with the Martis, but the problem with this composition was that when it came to utility-wise, was a very, very big problem for Red Giants. Game 1, you can see SMG had a little bit more in terms of utility. You've got Valentina, you've got this Fredrin, you've got all these CCs they kind of just play around with based on what your opponent is doing. Same thing can be said for game number 2. Faramis brought in the pool. Immediately, it was like, oh, wait, Faramis just completely shut down everyone if you try to make some kind of play coming from Red Giants.
Well, let's have a look at our MVP, because the biggest problem for the Red Giants was this man on his Fredrin. Disgusting 2 games of Game 1 and Game 2 on this Fredrin. 18 years old of age, and he continues to just increase his KDA. Like, I've heard one of his mic checks is like, oh man, I don't get to play Fredrin. Whenever he doesn't get to play Fredrin, he's like, man, I can't keep farming my stats.
Well, when he got the play, he was able to one-shot 2 people all by himself. 0 to 100 all in that fight. And even then, I felt like he should have died, but he waited it very, very patiently here. Tempted Red Giants, and guess what? Red Giants was the sucker. They took the bait. They just got completely demolished in the subway. No pun intended.
It's rough. It's really, really rough. We know that Subway is efficient on this Fredrin. I do want to see more out of him. I do want him to actually show off his Lancelot, get a little bit more polish, and actually really show that his hero pool is much wider than this Fredrin.
Well, Subway has been known for his tank jungler roles ever since his debut into its MPL here in Malaysia. And so far in this patch, nothing is stopping him here. This is just comfort picks for him all the way through, and he's looking really, really good. In case you missed game number 2 here, these are going to be the highlights on how things went down in game number 2, where Red Giants had a very, very early outplay against SMG in this early triple decimation.
Now, this should have been the moment where Red Giants never lets their foot off of Team SMG's throats, right? I mean, their composition is designed to be early. My biggest problem was that Red Giants weren't playing on their strong side, because they have so many enablers for this Arlott to get free dashes.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Considering that Arlott is able to just go in for a couple of engagements, but even then, Gojas hasn't been able to tally up with the team, whereas Team SMG is always trying to go in for a couple of trades here and there. And I feel like this outplay from Subway was so huge to a point that it actually almost killed them off. And the only one that kind of reacted to it was Zord.
I mean, Zon's the only one who could react to something like that, man. He's got the Shinpo, he's got literally everything. But once the tables have been turned, one more mistake, losing that mid-turret from the side of Red Giants made it so easy for Team SMG to invade and start really disrespecting the space.
Yeah, and even here in a couple of fights as well, Zorn, there's only so much he can do against SMG if SMG is just so far apart in this game, right? Like, if Subway is already 15, 14 minutes into this game, and on max item, the only one that can pretty much kill him is pretty much SYF. And even here, SYF just could not find those farms at all. And with that being said, now SMG undefeated so far, only losing one game throughout all the games they've played so far. Still #1 in the standings.
I mean, you could see them just skyrocket, just leagues ahead of everybody else, and they only have 2 more matches left to finish off this season. Torak, they themselves have, I think that's 7, so that's 2 more matches as well, but at 16 points. But if you look all the way down, Red Giants at 6th place with only 8 points so far. They're comfortable. They're comfortable because they don't have to really think about relegation unless Madness Esports really steps up today, and then it becomes a 4-way battle.
To be honest, this is hard. You know, I was expecting if Red Giants actually win this here, maybe have a chance to actually make it to top 4. But based on what I'm seeing in the bottom side here, 8-7-7-6. One of them mess up, somebody is gonna get kicked out.
Yeah, it's very tight. It's very, very tight, especially from 6th place and below. I feel like Team Lunatics and Red Esports, they hit double digits, right? So they're comfortable. It's a little bit more comfortable for them. But who knows? This is MPL MY. A simple 2-0 could really swap the tables around.
You know, that's the thing, right? Based on Red Giants' performance right now, especially with Brian Zorn, you know, they are able to take 1 game from RSG Slate MY. So that's a good plus, right? Technically, that's a good plus. You know, we know that technically, you know, they won't be relegated, blah, 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 blah. But if they lose all the remaining matches and the other teams get like a 2-0 series, well, they might be the one that actually get relegated. So it is kind of scary, to be honest.
Yeah, so anything could happen here at the MPL MY. That's what people love us. We're full of entertainment, full of suspense, and more importantly,
I would say we're unpredictable.
We're very unpredictable. Honestly, I can agree with that. My guest coins have not been doing very good.
No, yeah, Torak bringing in Layla out of nowhere and still winning.
Well, look, they're Torak. They get a free pass to do whatever they want. You know, I don't think a lot of teams have that free pass just yet, but I feel like SMG is building the charisma to get to that point. Whether or not they're going to do it is a different story. Considering Coach Haru's style, he's very to the book, making sure that everybody is together, and again, a lot of trust in that team.
Yeah, it's something that I think Haru is also adapting as well. It feels like SMG's draft has been similar to how James was bringing to the table, right? Very textbook kind of here, discussed with Long kind of integrated here. Now when it's synced with Haru, it's a very different version of it, and I'm liking it coming from SMG, if you think about it.
Yeah, it's the first time I've actually seen Sasa smile in a very long time. Most of the time he just doesn't until this season. So that's going to be set and done. For our upcoming matchup, it's going to be RSG versus Madness Esports. And remember, if one of these teams are able to get a 2-0, they push themselves outside of relegation, and the following week is going to be even more exciting. So make sure you keep your eyes on both of these teams.
No, we just talked about this as well. This is going to be very, very important matches for all these teams. You know, like it's scary considering that you are right in the bottom. In this case, Madness, if they get a 2-0 against RSG Slate MY, well, it is going to be a free-for-all, baby. It is going to be a free-for-all.
It's quite the free-for-all. Oh my goodness, the bottom 4 is stressful. The more that I think about it, the more that it feels very likely for anybody to really get out of that spot. Well, except for Team Secret. But other than them, everybody else doesn't want to get eliminated, especially the rookies joining early on. But with that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, our second best of 3 of today. We'll see you back after the break.
primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
master of all the evil gods. Legendary. Meet your end. Legendary. Double kill.
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. What I feel. Feel what I feel.
of all the evil gods. Meet your end. Legendary. Double kill.
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
You destroyed a turret! the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel. Huh.
future of all the evil gods. Meet your end. Legendary. Double kill.
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini gelanggang kita.
Ini gaya kita.
Every
year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
master of all the evil gods. Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
of all the evil gods. Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
master of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
avenger of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill! I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 11 here in Week 5, day number 1. We've already seen one best of 3 complete, but our second best of 3 is going to be a really important matchup between RSG and as well as Madness Esports. Hello to everybody, and more importantly, my name is Getting Q. This is Terrence Icy Baby 1-2. If you're tuning in to the MPL MY because RRQ lost to EVOS Legends, welcome. We're happy to have you around.
Oh, that's a feels bad moment, right? El Clasico, RQ has been dominating the way through, and this is the first time we've seen them being eliminated rather early as well. It's kind of surprising considering that we've seen RQ in almost every C-level tournaments over the years.
Hey, it looks like they have some issues that they need to sort out. Similarly to how RSG and as well as Madness Esports both having issues of their own. They're at the bottom of the standings, and based on what we've heard, the window of transfer, we had one on week number 4. We had one more on week number 5, and 2 new players have been added to the RSG lineup.
Well, this is the thing, right? RSG has been very vocal as well. His coach Kuja has been making a lot of public posts as well, asking for potential roamers and goal laners. And finally, they got in 2 brand new players. It's going to be Nate as well as Humbert Kid jumping in with RSG Slate MY. And it's interesting considering that, you know, when they first started out this first week of regular season, Chrisphobia was doing really, really well. And over the weeks as well, we started to see a little bit cracks in the defense, and finally when they swapped Lexia in, we thought it was a solution. Didn't exactly work out in their favor. So with this solution in mind, I'm not sure exactly is it going to be a good one considering that they are currently in the bottom of the standings as well.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't even think that's their initial problem, but that's enough about RSG. What about Madness Esports? They did get a new gold laner in Maima.
Wow, Maima has been a staple name for a very, very long time. Especially, you know, whenever, you know, you need a guy to be, you know, representing your roster here, most of the teams have one thing. Look for Gig Fam. If they're not in the competition, it's okay. We always look for Gig Fam. And guess what? Maima joining back once again. Well, can he continue the trend of what, you know, he delivers for the team?
I mean, it sounds good. It feels like Maima is going to be the gold lane package that everybody is kind of keeping their eyes on, but was Zops really the issue here? And the same goes for RSG. Was, you know, Chrisphobia a problem? Personally, for me, I feel like, you know, RSG has a bit of a desync there, and the fact that they're getting a gold lane, do they really want to change out Loliels?
To be honest, I think, you know, Madness Esports' side, their issues is more like, you know, their experience, whether or not do they have those battle instincts to actually predict where enemy people are. And that's the only thing they're lacking, which is pretty much experience. For RG Slate Price, it feels like they are in a situation where they are not having enough time to kind of gel together and form as a team and to play as a single unit with intentions. And that, I feel like that was the biggest problem from RSG Slate MY side compared to Madness Esports.
I guess, but even the early game from RSG does look a little bit clunky. It could be part of the way that the draft is being held out, the strategies that they've been utilizing that doesn't use that early game. But the same can be said about Madness, right? Like, Madness has been labeled previously in the Tier 2 as like the blacklist of Malaysia. Kind of weird way to kind of identify them, but Ma Li does have a lot of resemblance to Oh My Venus, a lot of the same heroes.
Yeah, very, very similar here. He loves to play an Enchanter playstyle as well. And Sonic, we know him for his very, very cheesy strategies. Back in the days here with Hanzo, which is kind of surprising. Haven't seen a single Hanzo from Madness Esports at all, even though I've been looking forward to it ever since, it's pre-debut cheese strat from MPL Indonesia.
Look, it's week number 5 when we haven't seen it just yet, so I don't think it's going to be coming out anytime soon. It could be a bit of a risk for them to actually pull it out now, but hey, no time like the present.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to actually see it as well. But considering that now the biggest question here is going to be the Mincetar, arguably maybe flex it towards XP, maybe even on a roamer role as well. Mali known for his defensive roamer playstyle. I'm not too sure whether or not can they adapt to this patch because we haven't seen Mali kind of get out of his usual comfort zone, and hopefully maybe with his synergy to kind of make sure that Maima does his job in goal laner. Like you said as well, Blacklist budget version of Malaysia, it could be a possibility.
Honestly, so much speculation here, but it looks like it's time to announce the lineups from both sides up on the main stage. So we're going to be throwing it over to our lovely host, Rose. Rose, what's going on up on stage?
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan ini dia, last match of the day. And I think this is going to be a very interesting match sebab semua pasukan nak secure slot to the playoffs. Will it be RSG Slate MY or will it be Madness Esports? Stadium Juara, let me hear you. And with that, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, RSG Slate MY and Madness Esports.
RSG Slate MY.
Walaupun kecundang beberapa minggu yang lalu, kini mereka bangkit membawa semangat baru. Menurunkan local lineup mereka untuk mencari momentum kemenangan. Adakah prestasi mereka akan kekal cemerlang? Dan apakah rancangan RSG untuk match kali ini? We will see how they will make things better for themselves.
Madness Esports.
Situasi yang getir bagi mereka kini berada di zon penyingkiran. Lineup original tetap menjadi pilihan bagi perlawanan hari ini. Adakah ini kunci kemenangan bagi menghadapi RSG Slate MY? Dan mampukah mereka bangkit? Sama-sama kita saksikan kemampuan mereka. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of RSG Slate MY, Coach Kuja is here once again with analyst EGM on his side. While from the side of Madness Esports, kita ada Coach Min dengan analyst DAs. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Sementara players sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Yibi dan Hiize. Thank you for your hard work. And with that, oh my, RSG Slate is in with the crowd. Oh. Okay, they're marching in. So guys, which team will be taking the win? Will it be Madness Esports or will it be RSG Slate MY? Oh, dorang semua kat luar. Oh my goodness. Hi guys. Hello. Weh, ramainya. I ingat tak ada orang. Surprise. Oh, dorang ada cheer. Dorang ada banner. Oh my god, RSG Slate. Love Kuja. Everybody is so... Wait, semangatnya. Okay, Stadium Juara, are you ready? Once again, Stadium Juara. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
And the stakes have been set in this best of 3. One of these teams are looking to be getting themselves enough points to push them away from relegation. The other will have to face the wrath of Week 6. This is, it's going to be a tight one with all the RSG fans with a marching band walking in.
My goodness, I totally did not expect that at all, considering that RSG Slate MY had one of the biggest fan bases here coming in towards the regular seasons. And, you know, it was kind of empty at first, but guess what? The whole squad's all here to look at how they win. But in this case, can they live up to this expectation? Because as of yet here, I was a little bit questioning on Kuja's decision. What were they going to do? Are they going to bring in the 2 fresh new players? But guess what? They're not bringing the 2 new players, but instead they're still sticking with what they brought in last week in Lexia as the roamer.
Yeah, and I think maybe they need a little bit more time, right? It's all about integration into the team. And I think for both sides, Madness as well as RSG, it's a little too soon to say that they are ready for the main stage.
Well, I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they adapt in time. There was a lot of questions between RSG Slate MY's decisions, but this time they're bringing in Link Aza as the jungler. So it seems like, you know, the scrims for RSG Slate MY has gone to a stage where, you know, whoever is doing well during the scrims is going to be put into the main roster. And this is something that Kuja has kind of set internally between their players during their practices.
Yep. Now, just to indicate how important this is, especially for Madness Esports, if they lose again, they are basically guaranteed to be relegated here. They need a 2-0 victory against RSG. And I mean, looking at the picks that they've had, Fredrin being the top pick for them. More importantly, we're having the Beatrix on Zav. So this could be one tough pickle to actually crack down by the gold side. Is it Zav's fault? I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It seems like Madness Esports, they need to play around Zap a little bit more in order to allow him to snowball his way through. But so far, most of the games that Madness Esports has been delivering has been because of the fact that Sonic is able to make a lot of space to allow Zap to transition into the later stage of the game. And this is where his Fredrin has been making names here from the side of Madness Esports. But so far, like you said as well, the stakes are pretty high between both these teams. Both teams pretty much in the bottom of the table, risk being eliminated by next week, and both teams definitely need to score some points to actually get out of it.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're in RSG's position, you can't feel comfortable because the 2 games after this will be against the Lunatics as well as Torak. So all I can say is good luck to both of these teams as we jump into the drafting phase.
Now, the stakes are going to be very, very high for both sides, and they are going to be putting in some pocket strategies. But RSG Slate MY starting things off with the Arlet. I'm curious to see whether or not Lexia is going to be playing potentially the Mincitar, even though he has been leaning more on towards either the Grok, the Ruby, or maybe even a roaming Farsa.
It could be tough to say because, again, it doesn't necessarily have to go into the roaming position. It feels nice there, and especially when you have a lot of impact, yes, Mincitar kind of comes up. But EXP, that's the big question. We've seen it played in the EXP in other regions before, some finding success, others kind of just being there.
Yep, true. But in the case of Madness Esports here, I'm curious to see, are they going to try and potentially look for a way to allow Zap to do his own thing? His Beatrix has been really popping off so far, but they haven't exactly figured out how to deal with the Fredrin, considering that they have been picking the Fredrin for themselves a majority of their drafts over the couple of weeks here for Madness Esports.
Yeah, Sonic has been doing a phenomenal job, even getting a couple of highlight reels for himself. But the fact is, I don't think the banning phase is really going to change between the two based on what we saw in the previous graphic. Fanny expected to be banned by Madness Esports, the Arla coming in from RSG, nothing too out of the ordinary, and we see Diggy get banned from RSG. Are they setting up for an Atlas?
You can see Mali's face is just straight up smiling as well. These are comfort heroes coming from Mali. RSG Slate MY, they usually, you know, have the tendency to pick and ban based on their opponents. In this case, Madness Esports, we know for a fact that Mali has had a history with problems with aggressive roamers. So taking away those enchanter styles is going to put him in a very, very tight spot.
The Kaja ban coming up for Madness Esports is interesting. RSG can purposefully let go and look to first pick Joy, but then you'll be giving up so much to Madness Esports within that second pick. So my guess, Valentina might be a consideration for the side of RSG. Fredrin might be a good shout too.
Yeah, in this case, you know, you talked about Atlas, right? Now, let's talk a little bit more on the S-tier picks that are pretty much out in open. Mortis, pretty much in the open. Fredrin as well. 1-1 completely ignored. Varamis, Valentina, these are top-tier picks. they've only got 2 bans now in the first phase from both sides, so it's going to be really, really tough. Considering what they decide, but no, they open things up. They ban the Farsa instead. This is something that Pozan is very comfortable at.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That means that they do want to have their hands on Yves or Valentina. Either or works for their composition. They want the box for some reason. It doesn't matter who has it. Somebody, both teams will have access as long as Valentina doesn't get touched, or maybe Yves this time. It's hard to tell with Madness Esports. They have been consistently banning out what they prefer.
I think Madness here, they can look to actually set up and just ban off the Valentina, force RSG Slate MY to go for a potential Kadita or maybe even the Yves first pick, and then draft the Frederick for themselves. But no, they let it through, they open things up. You know, RSG Slate MY now doesn't have the priority to first pick a mage now. They are going to just potentially steal the Frederick away, but look at the crowd, they're just cheering on for RSG Slate MY.
I don't know, the cheers are encouraging, but when it comes to the draft, you're kind of alone on this, and they're hovering over the Joy right now. It's not a bad pick, just remember that Kufra is still available for Madness Esports.
Oh, we've got Joy Boy coming in, but it seems like they are going to go for the Joy coming in from RSG Slate MY. We haven't seen this for a while, but it seems like Madness Esports has a very, very difficult thing to do. Joy has been rebalanced in this upcoming patch, making him a little bit more, I would say, tankier compared to before.
Tankier?
Sorry, less tankier, but does a little bit more damage compared to before.
I mean, she feels like an assassin, you know? Once you have enough items, a bit of gold under your belt, you can start shredding people like nobody's business. The Vengeance, super annoying to deal with for marksmans in particular, but Madness Esports, they still have Franco, right? The one way to really just lock down the Joy, I'm seeing Valentina as well as the Fredrin get locked in for the side of Madness Esports.
Yep, Fredrin and Valentina. I was expecting maybe they would go for either an Esmeralda or even a Kufra here to try and deal with the mobility coming in from the Joy. But Madness Esports, they are going to stick to comforts for sure. But I feel like the biggest question here for them is that, what is Mali going to do? Is he going to play a little bit more defensive? Again, making sure that, you know, Zaf is going to be having a very, very good time on the gold lane? Or does he go for the counterplay? Because we haven't seen Mali kind of make those kind of aggressive plays that if we were to compare Rover like Zorn or maybe even Chrysobia to a certain degree, he's not known for his aggression.
Well, it depends on the heroes that he plays. You're not going to be aggressive on a Florin of all things, or arguably... Well, I would make an argument for Rafaela, but I think Estes isn't too bad overall for Madness Esports. It really depends on what they're feeling like today. The fact that RSG did lock in the Martis as well as the Melissa, they understand that they don't want people to get on top of them. They haven't selected their mage yet, and Yves still kind of floating up in the air here. Hasn't been locked in. There we go. Estes called it for the side of Madness Esports.
Good shout there with the Estes. Yeah, I was expecting maybe they would have gone for the Faramis, but seeing how this is actually happening, Madness Esports, they have the option to actually ban off the Faramis, ban off potentially the Yves as well, forcing RSG in a very, very awkward position. But the question here still remains, is RSG Slate MY gonna play the Kadita at all?
That's a...
Because if you think about it here, no other teams play a lot of Kadita, and even then, SMG has been first phase banning Kadita, and they're the top team, and there's a reason why they ban it for a reason, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you there. Madness Esports, they first are going to take the first steps, right? They ban out the Lolita. They don't want RSG to find big AoE engages or ways to disengage from their opponent. It does tell us that Madness Esports wants to run at their opponents. It could be a little tough. Beatrix, yeah, expected ban coming up from the side of RSG. Madness Esports, I would imagine that they want their mid laner for RSG to be limited. I'm thinking, as you mentioned before, the Kadita. There also is an argument for the Lilia as well, but it all depends. Yves needs to go.
Yeah, I think Yves is definitely got to go as well. Fredrin does struggle a lot, especially with the Estes, right? They've got slows coming from Estes, but at the same time with the Yves, it kind of equalizes the overall CC controls for slow. So I'm surprised they're not hovering in that direction. It seems like they're just leaning on or potentially on maybe Paquito, Benedetta, or maybe even, I think, the Masha to a certain degree, but I don't think Repo will play a Masha in the game, to be honest. But they banned a Franco. Okay, interesting.
What?
Huh.
Why do they ban a Franco for themselves?
Wait.
Okay. I think that Madness just wants the real world manipulation. There is a very good chance that RSG... that RSG is going to pick it up regardless of what they do. This could be like a Yves into Kadita sort of situation for the side of RSG. Madness expects it, and that's the read that I'm getting from Madness. That's a vibe.
Yeah, I feel like the setup is more for the claw to a certain degree, but with the Grok kind of up in the air, it feels like they should have potentially banned the Grok for RSG Slate MY. Like, if you want a claw to actually do his own things Blazing to and not get wall charged off, or maybe even isolated, maybe that's going to be the case, but I guess they're just, you know, trusting that Mali is going to be able to provide the heals coming in. So Madness Esports, they should double down on their marksman right now. Technically, Brody is pretty good as well, but yeah, they are going to go for a claw.
Yep, really safe pick overall, able to get in and out of fights and doesn't necessarily have to interact with Joy as long as you have the battle mirror image. So RSG, now they have to finish off their composition. In the mid lane, we could get Yves. I do expect the Grok to show up here for the side of RSG, but more importantly, I do hope to see the Lilia actually come out. There's a decent matchup here where you can actually start peeling away the members of Madness Esports, and the worst comes to worst, you give Black Shoes over the Valentina.
I think they were actually drafting for the Faramis as well. Getting the Claude here to actually respond to that isn't too bad, but we do see them outbreak onto the Khalid. Interesting enough, but it does have a decent amount of heal damage, but Repo, thinking about it as well, it might be the case with the Khalid.
It's a strong engage tool, and if you can get on top of Estes, you can basically get it.
Oh yeah, they are going to go for it. It is going to be the Khalid and the Hilda aggression coming from RSG Slate MY. Okay, this is a problem for Madness.
Team fighting might be a little hard, but it's about that push and pull. They have the initial push if Joy is able to kind of jump into that back line, force out Estes to use his Blessing of the Moon Goddess early, and then the quick finish up if you have Melissa in the right place at the right time to go in with the help of Ripple with the Raging Sandstorm. He could potentially get on top of Estes and force it out early as well. So I like the tools at RSG's disposal.
Should be going for the Glue final pick, right? No, they go for the Lapu. Lapu coming in from Madness Esports. Glue completely ignored from both sides in the bans and picks as well.
I mean, Glue's bad against Melissa, so Lapu Lapu is the only real threat other than Yuzong.
Fair enough, but seems like that is going to be the case for Madness Esports. They have adapted. They are going to go for the Ube strategy coming in from Madness Esports. I kind of like Madness Esports draft, but I also want to see how this Khalid is going to be able to win his game for RSG Slate MY, because as of yet, based on the stats that we're seeing right now, RSG Slate MY has a very, very high kill pressure and early to mid-game rotation, whereas from the side of Madness Esports, a lot of utility and late-game and teamfight potential.
I don't know, mid lane is going to be really, really interesting here. It's hard to get priority with the Joy of all things, but the kill pressure definitely something to keep in mind. It's time to get right into this game. Match 2, game number 1 of a best of 3. RSG facing off Madness Esports.
Well, I'm looking forward to see how Lixia is going to be able to defend against this, especially with this Hilda. Can he slow down the Ube strategies coming in from Madness Esports? If he's done his job, this is pretty much a very, very good early rotation. But as soon as I say this, look at the top side as well. They are already setting up for an invade to try and stop Sonic's progression.
Yep, they know that something is going to happen within the first couple of seconds of the game, and Rippo, immediately with the help of Izanami, is going to start stealing away camps from Madness Esports. The vertical jungling has been forced, but look there, Link Eza, he's already in position for this Lethal Wander. He sees both of them.
Oh, very, very greedy plays coming from RSG Slate MY, but you know, that's the thing about how RSG Slate MY plays is, right? They understand the draft. But you know what's really interesting? This is actually a Joy mid lane.
I mean, yeah, I mentioned it earlier on, and that's why I was a little surprised how they were actually going to bypass this early game. Lexia, now at level 2, has all the tools that he needs. He gets into the middle of that with the help of Izanami on top of Sonic. He's getting kind of low here, but S is going to keep him nice and full. Pozan getting some good damage onto Izanami.
Oh, very, very nice aggression coming from RSG Slate MY. This is just going to force Madness Esports to slow down in terms of the overall rotation and farm. And this is actually going to help RSG Slate MY win their mid games a little bit better, even though we know that Madness Esports has a lot of kill pressure in the early stages of the game. But now, let's take a look at the emblems real quick as well. We do see a little bit mobility from the side of Mali for his emblems as well, going for a little bit more cooldowns rather than the traditional hybrid regeneration that which we kind of see from some other emblems.
And I would like to see a bit more, but then again, hold on for a second. Lexia still annoying Sonic as much as he can, but with 3 members, with a 4th in the back, ready to go. looks like Lexia is going to continue to be annoying here for a while.
Yeah, he's doing his job really, really well as well. Turtle will be secure from RSG Slate MY, but he might get punished by this right now.
Yep, he's getting hit, but with the help of Izanami, he's already Joy dashing and getting the kill. All pops that Vengeance, unable to finish off Pozan as he backs away. Oh, that should have been a double. It was so very close too.
Yeah, it could have been as well, but Mally providing a little bit of assistance to keep him alive. He is going to be able to soak a couple lanes here. But at the same time, while this is actually happening here, the side lanes from the side of Madness Esports, they're getting a lot of room to actually get some sort of farm, whereas RSG Slate MY, they're just continuing to punish Sonic as much as they can. And this is the thing that I think they've realized as well. As long as Sonic doesn't get to do his own thing, well, he's dead.
Yep, already RSG is making sure that Sonic is going to have no impact, not even hitting level 4. Proxying on the top side, making sure they play for the strong side of this map. Loliels has to just hold on.
Oh, this is pretty much a lost cause for Sonic here from Madness Esports. I like how they're shifting the focus now, sending up Mally to protect the gold laner, knowing that Zap is pretty much their saving grace now, and hopefully Sonic is going to be able to play catch-up. And as of yet, RSG Slate MY, do they know that this reaction? But for now, Lexia, he's going to try and mirror Mally as much as he can this time.
I'm so impressed with RSG Slate MY. This innovation of putting Joy into the mid lane, you don't expect to see it that often. And Madness Esports, unfortunately for Pozan, has to kind of sit in a lane with RSG Slate playing through their side lanes to get this lead, and Lexia kind of pressing his advantage into the enemy jungle. It makes Madness have to think of some awkward situations.
Yep, triple side laners is going to be the way to go. Who needs a mage? Joy, technically still part of a mage and parcel, does have the mobility to actually do so as well. But the question still remains from the side of Madness Esports. Can they find room for Sonic to scale back? Because Lexia, a roamer, one level ahead on Sonic, and they are going to force a fight, but I don't think they can do too much.
Yep, yeah, gets into the middle of that fight with the bravest fighter. Linkeza still dancing around. Does he get it? Yes, he does. And that means that Sonic, he's so far behind. He's 4 levels behind. I've never seen a jungler get this far.
You hate to see moments like this, right? Like RSG Slate MY, they have very, very clear intentions. Now Appraisal's draft comes in.
He's about to die, and oh wait, Izanami actually doesn't want to go for the dive. Lexia is nearby. He could cancel the recall, and yes, he does. Sonic forced to sit under the tier 2. He's, oh my goodness, he is so out of this game.
Like, I feel bad for him, man. Like the full half HP Appraisal's draft barely did any damage on RSG Slate MY. At this stage of the game, he's pretty much done and dusted. And I like that Madness Esports, they're playing catch up by sending up everyone to protect Zap down bottom lane. But what can Zap do? Like, how long do you need to actually buy time? And it's only 5 minutes into the game, and Sonic's already crying right now.
Yeah, and Pozan is sacrificing mid lane farm to make sure that Sonic has something or some sort of relevance in this game overall. But look at that level lead on the side laners. Like, I'm already seeing that Rippo has a full level on He's about to hit level 8 here. Once that beetle comes up or the next wave, he should have more than enough. Loliels is doing phenomenally against Zabs at this point. And Linkeza, he is 3 levels ahead of Sonic.
Oh my goodness, I feel bad for Sonic right now, but they are going to be sending in an ambush. Lexia looking for the punish.
He's not going to die here. Lexia, walks back into the bush, manages to get his shield, but now it's going to be Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Sonic still getting very, very low. Linkeza is nearby. The Decimate already being used, but it's Loliels who pushes them back from the get away from me. Can't seem to get more than this. Pozan. Oh, the Shadow Strike is good, but not good enough to protect this overall. Oh
just,
my God.
I like that they have the idea, knowing that RSG Slate MY is going to make this kind of aggressive plays. But the problem with Madness Esports is that they're under level, they don't have items, they're able to hold on, but they need kills, and all they need is just at least one kill to kind of equalize for it. But in this case, they're not going to get it at all because on the bot behind them.
Oh, Lexia able to secure the kill down on bot side. A desperate attempt from Zaz to try to get a pick off of Loliels under his turret. Ends up failing. But now, here's Ripple. The mid lane gets shoved out, and you know what's going to happen. Guess who's coming to the aid? Oh, it looks like it's a little too low. It's a bit late, but they have Turtle, and that's all they need. Just the level lead to make sure that Sonic can't play the game.
Oh, this is tough. This is very, very tough. You got to pick your poison. Madness Esports, they either sacrifice the Claude or they sacrifice Sonic. They lost Zap in the bottom lane. Sonic here, oh my goodness, he just lost another creeper.
He has no influence. He literally has no influence whatsoever. And Madness Esports, again, what a start from RSG Slate. A really genius idea to actually hit level 2 off a top side. No, Zabs isn't going to die here, right? Blazing Duet onto Lexia. It's doing good. A good amount of damage. No brush, but it's going to be Izanami and Lolios who protect him. Linkeza, once again, disrespecting the territory, making sure that he can easily 2v1 this to make sure that Lolios has this giant barrier around him. Nobody is able to get close.
Very, very good response coming from Linkeza to actually intercept that fight. But as of now, Sonic is going to get dived.
Izanami already popping his ult as well as the Vengeance here. Appraiser's Wrath isn't going to do too much. Rippo comes back in for the fight. Lexia tries to finish him off, ends up dying. But Mali saves the day with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. They lose here too. Lolios jumping into the middle of that. Yeah, can't get on top of him. And Linkeza peels perfectly to make sure that gets put down into the dirt.
Oh, nicely done coming from RSG Slate MY. They almost overcommit towards Sonic's health, but at the same time, with that kill coming from Madness Esports, that is going to give a little bit level for Sonic, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But top side, Zeph is out of position. He might actually die to this. He doesn't have the battle mirror.
He walks right on up. Izanami can play it nice and slow. Utilizes his dashes to get away from the annoying Blazing Duet that has been chunking out RSG Slate MY's members time after time after time. Pops that ult, instantly is able to take him out. And now, with Linkeza and Lexia continuing their massacre of the enemy jungle, Mali has changed his focus to sit by Sonic's side to try to make things happen here. But really, look at it. No effect. They don't even feel it. Lexia just walks away for free.
The snowball effect starting to kick in coming from RSG Slate MY. They're winning on all fronts now, even securing the Lord position. Madness Esports, it seems like they're forced to group up in an Ube, but to what avail? Because as of yet, they just don't have the damage to challenge RSG Slate MY at all. And based on this stage of the game as well, RSG Slate MY, for Linkeza in particular, is going to be 3 items up, and he can pretty much tank through every single damage that Madness Esports dishes out at this stage of the game.
I don't know, this feels like a GG go next, you know? Like, if there was a surrender button, I'd probably be spamming it right now because Madness is way too far behind. But they're competitors, so they're going to keep on trying. Sonic pulling back Linkeza. They might actually get a pick here, but no, Linkeza mortar coils away. And really, they're not getting any space or time. Madness just quarantined in their base.
Yep, seems like there's nothing much they can do. Lexia does have the Oracle in the purchase, but the fight comes in!
Raging Sandstorm hits 2. They're able to clean up shop here as is going to find at least 1 here. The tier 2 falls on top side. That's another kill going over to Madness Esports. 2 in the bank, 1 coming from Rippo, 1 coming from Lexia. As the inhibitor falls 9 minutes into the game, they continue to press their advantage forward as Madness Esports helplessly trying to make things work here. Is in trouble. Linkeza ends up dying to the Artisan's Wrath, but no, Izanami getting a double kill in the meantime. Lolios still alive. Poza comes forward, flickers in with a Shadow Assault, able to get 1. Lexia next to fall to the Blazing Duet of Zavs, and that means that Izanami, he has overstayed his welcome. He's going to say, okay, thanks, bye.
Beautiful defense coming from Madness Esports here. RSG Slate MY, they overcommitted that dive, and Rippo had no reason to actually overcommit and give himself his kill. With that level advantage, giving Sonic that big fat Appraiser's Wrath pretty much equalize all the help, and this is going to give them a little bit more space to come back into this game. But the question remains, is it going to be enough? Because as of yet, look at Zap's item. He's got the Deishes, he's got the Golden Staff. He is going to progress for his Corrosion Scythe, but even then, I feel like he needs a little bit more, but it does give them a little bit more room now.
That's a really interesting build coming in from Zaz. He's making sure that he has the components so he has enough mana to kind of sustain in the lane so he doesn't always have to recall time after time after time. And I think it's a good game to actually do it, considering that RSG Slate has this whopping lead, so you don't have that short period to just get back into the fountain, top yourself back up. Now, the rest of the team is going to be walking forward. Lexia losing a majority of his health already. The inhibitor will fall here as Izanami looking for an opening, forcing out the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, still able to kill underneath the crystal. RSG trade 1-for-1 marksman for mid laner. Oh my lord.
Coming from Izanami, just hugging 5 people, able to get a kill. Zap, 20 seconds on the sidelines. This wave clear coming from Madness Esports is going to be a little bit difficult, but it does buy them a little bit more room, knowing that RSG Slate MY, they are starting to lose that huge advantage they are looking for.
Yeah, and I mean, if in terms of advantage, it looks like Pozan is the only one who's doing relatively well. He's got 3 complete items under his belt, relatively cheap too, especially with the mystery shop. The discount is putting him at odds with the rest of the members of RSG Slate. They walk in, they get shadow assaulted. They're like, okay, that's not a big deal. When the second one comes in, that Terrify really sends them haywiring.
This is going to be a tough defense coming from Madness Esports as well. Second Lord coming in from RSG Slate MY. And if Madness Esports somehow holds on against this defense, they are going to be trading 50-50s for RSG Slate MY because they've got the late game potential. But eventually, RSG Slate MY, the clock is ticking. They need to close up as quickly as possible, knowing for a fact that Lexia might not be able to Trotix Sonic as we kind of expect him from the early stages of the game. But in the late game, I don't think he's any more relevant at all.
Yeah, he will continue to lose his relevance, but I think more importantly, it's the fact that now that the map has been completely dominated by RSG, there isn't any chance to kind of find this flank unless you're walking into the enemy base. And right now, RSG Slate, if Madness Esports has any chance, Izanami has to make a mistake and they need to kill Loliels. One of the two.
Oh, it is going to be a tough one, but it seems like the fight is about to break out. They are syncing up the fight. They're setting up the games at the back lines to try and set up a fight. And Sonic going to be trying to stall them as much as they can, but I don't think it's going to happen anymore.
I agree. It's not looking good. Yeah. It's going to jump in, but the Blessing of the Moon Goddess only connects onto 2 as yeah. It's already gotten the big spells out. Praise's Wrath already down, but it doesn't matter as Pozan tries to steal the Raging Sandstorm to turn this around, but RSG still having slivers of health and Lolios untouched will single-handedly hold them back at the crystal and look to end this game. That's GG well played to RSG.
Oh, they tried their best from Madness Esports. It looked like a good defense, but eventually RSG Slate MY is able to completely snowball their way through with a huge margin of a lead. Complete domination from RSG Slate MY. And Madness Esports is back to the drawing board as well because it seems like they need to rethink their draft and potentially find ban off the joy because Izanami was just completely ring around roses against this match.
I don't know. I think it's not even the draft that was a major issue. It just came down to what was done in the early game. Who moves like that? What a plan that Kuja has concocted for his members to actually execute, playing on the strong side of the map away from the gold laner. This is the most amount of love I've seen an EXP laner receive in a very long time.
It's just crazy considering how RSG Slate MY was able to just completely dominate the fight. But I'm curious to see how the mic check is going to be looking like with this newly revamped RSG Slate MY.
Aku datang. Alright. Ada hijau dia lagi tu dekat atas.
Just a quick snippet of what was going on through the mines, but it looks like they want to keep a secret for that early game here. RSG, what else do they have in store? Because again, I'm most likely going to make a video about what exactly happened in that early game. That was so smart.
Yeah, that was, just classic Halo plays. This is something that Team Hawk does do a lot as well. I like how RSG Slate MY is actually adapting to try out people teams' draft and then implement to themselves. But based on what there's happening, it looks really solid here overall.
I think they're all just comfortable. They're all feeling loose amongst themselves. Their muscles are lax just like we are, as you guys can recharge end game with the new OSIM U-Throne gaming massage chair. And if you're a fan of Transformers, this is the classic Transformers series. If you can tell, it's Optimus Prime. Wow.
No.
No? What? No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I gotta do the Okay, that's all I had.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I like Transformers as a kid, and you can definitely tell. So get yourselves an OSIM U-Throne gaming massage chair Transformers series today. But yeah, we have to go back to that early game. What a genius idea to get a powerhouse of an early game EXP laner mixed up with another powerhouse that harasses the opponent's jungle in Hilda, stealing away a camp instead of immediately invading the traditional side of purple. Wow.
That's the thing about the drafts here, right? If you think about it from Madness Esports' perspective, hey, Estes is great. We are going to dominate a single lane. But when it came down to their drafts itself, they have a draft that is just so tanky and able to just completely dominate when they are sustaining throughout all the fights itself.
Well, hey now, you're an all-star at this point. So join the All-Star Festival from April 5th all the way to April 20th and complete the daily task to get the All-Star Promo Diamonds. You can log in on April the 20th and you can also claim a free login gift that will yield up to 1,111 All-Star Promo Diamonds. The All-Star Promo Diamonds can be used in the All-Star Mega Sale event starting on April the 20th. Man, a lot of things are happening on the April the 20th. So don't forget to get them via the daily tasks.
Yo, that's new. I didn't know that as well. It's like 1,111 diamonds. It's 1,111. It feels like a, 11 sales came in a little bit early here for All-Stars.
Hey man, things are popping off here in the MLBB scene, but let's have a look at the item builds from both of these teams. I'm very curious. Give it to us. Izanami going for the traditional build. Okay. So he's not going to go for 2 damage items into full tank. He goes for 3, and one of which has a bit of utility.
Yeah, very, very greedy. But that's the thing about the Reaver coming from Joy, right? Joy's biggest problem was that he has a lot of sustainabilities, but doesn't have a lot of damage. So with the rechange coming in, giving him a little bit more kill potential, this does give him a lot of threat to actually challenge the back lines. And on top of it all, look at the drafts coming from RSG Slate MY. Joy, high sustains. Hilda, high sustains. Khalid has his own healing mechanic. Mortis, very, very high sustain. So regardless of however they invade the jungle, there's only so much Mally can do to assist Sonic or even the gold laner if you think about it.
Yeah, that is fair. I mean, Estes is not one of those heroes who opens up the map or has high mobility. He kind of just hunkers down as like a mobile hospital.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case as well. And you can see Mally, he was trying his best to provide assistance to Sonic, but by the time Sonic was, kind of scaled into his middle stage game where he had some sort of relevancy, RSG Slate MY says that, you know what, as long as we shut down Sonic, game's pretty much in their favor, and that's exactly what happened. Look at the amount of damage taken he's gotten so far, 114,000, and even then, he was doing so much work for the team.
This is so very smart from the side of RSG. They played to their strong side, they played to Ripple, made sure that he had a constant level lead against Yeah, which basically means that he's won the lane. Loliels sustained this lane very, very well until they started having interactions on the bottom side of the map, which put him even further, and then Madness Esports was basically out. They have all lanes basically losing except for mid, and even when Pozan wants to make the difference, nobody can finish them off. Yeah is too far on the opposite side of the map to actually help.
Yeah, it's just so difficult as well. Lolios is getting free value damage as long as Madness groups up at 5. Like every single time his puppets drop down, he is gonna get free hits onto almost every single one. In Mally as well, time and time again, a lot of times he could have died a lot of times, but Lolios is just able to threaten everyone from side of Madness Esports. So I'm curious to see who the MVP is, because now for game number 1 of this match, the MVP gonna be, the man, the myth, the legend, it is gonna be Lolios all the way from Sabah.
Yep, he's looking to make sure that he doesn't lose his gold lane position just yet. He still has much to show, and he's doing a great job with an 813 GPM. Man was farming comfortably.
Yeah, he was just doing so much work in this game. Melissa, kind of drifted up in the early stage of the regular season. Now people, the players on teams are starting to kind of bring it up a little bit more and showcasing it. And Lolios is able to deliver it. And I'm really enjoying what we were seeing as well, because this is a very good solution to the Ubi strategy.
Well, I mean, it's one way. It's one way to handle it. I didn't expect it to look like this, but man, Kuja, I don't know who came up with the idea or gave it to Kuja, but well done RSG all the way through. Such a unique early game.
Yeah, but with this Hilda play coming from RSG Slate MY as well as Melissa, it feels like Madness Esports, they are needing to actually ban off some of this plays, because if you pay attention towards the highlights of game number 1, you can see that the aggression coming from Lexia is forcing Madness Esports to just lose so much map control and time across the map, allowing Izanami and the rest to actually constantly innovate. And ever since this happened, Madness Esports has been playing catch up from the entirety of this game.
Yeah, and it's tough. It really is tough. The high ground defense is over all week when you don't have the right items, and especially when it started bleeding into the mid game. That's when you see Madness Esports actually having a chance here, especially with the blessing of the Boom Goddess to bail out of tough situations. Lolios, he is brave. He is a very brave man, and I think that's what caught Madness off guard towards the mid to late stages.
It's crazy how RSG Slate MY is playing a four tanky compositions where if you lose either of the players, they can still juggle between whoever engages and soaks up damage. And eventually Madness Esports just won't be able to dish enough to actually kill them off eventually, unless Zaf is like max slotted all the way through.
I don't think Zavs was ever going to get to that point, right? I think RSG Slate understood with the lead that they had, they needed to make sure that Madness Esports had no opportunities to actually bounce back. I will say there were a couple of mistakes from the side of RSG Slate MY, which allowed Madness to kind of like have that a little bit of a rebound, just a little bit of a rebound, enough to make sure that Bozan was comfortable and Mali having enough heals to give everybody.
You know, we saw a lot of integrations. Like I wouldn't say that Mali wasn't doing his job. There's only so much he could have done. So all in all, I'm really enjoying that game as well. But at the same time, for those guys watching at home as well, the April Starlight is already here. You can buy the new Starlight membership for only 300 diamonds and get yourself an exclusive Edith skin, which is called the Ancient Warden skin. Rewards worth over 6,000 diamonds await you. Plus, an in-all new premium Starlight exclusive name color is here together with the limited time event. The Starlight Lucky Chest is also available, and you can open chests to get the chance to win the premium Starlight cards. Don't miss out on all the Starlight exclusive perks right here, right now. It's a brand new look and it looks really, really fancy.
You know, I wasn't going to get this time, this new Starlight Battle Pass only because of the Ancient Warden. I'm not a big fan of Edith, but 6,000 worth of diamonds overall as rewards? That doesn't sound too bad, but it looks like the next games are about to start. What are some of the adaptations we should expect from both sides?
Well, they have to respect the fact that Lixia does have a bigger hero pool now, and bringing this Hilda is going to put them in a very, very awkward position. So in terms of adaptations, they definitely need to force Mali to play on an aggressive role rather than play a little bit more supportive now. And so far, can he actually zone them up? Because we haven't seen too much of it coming from him if you think about it.
Maybe. I can't even say that comfortably after what happened in that early game, right? Like Madness, this is probably the first time they've actually seen this. This is the first time we have seen this sort of set play in the early game. Usually, when it comes down to these set plays, I would have expected, you know, the defensive styles. You expect Hilda to come in, you have like your mid laner to support nearby to make sure that if any shenanigans happen, you can at least back up Sonic, but that's just not what happened.
You know, I gotta hold that thought right now, because in the crowd, I saw a fan sign where it says, you know, Izanami, can I borrow your hair? And immediately the cam was panning over on Izanami's hair. It was like,
it's lush.
You know what? That's a straight up lush right there. He should be like a promotion for the Garnier's new hair product coming up.
Hey, look, that's
if it actually happens.
Look, Garnier hit Izanami up. He's a good-looking boy. I'm just gonna say that. There's a reason why he's called the Prince of Mages, because usually princes are handsome as heck. Now, with 12 seconds left on the clock here, I'm expecting RSG. They might not necessarily do the exact same strategy, and I think there's certain conditions that need to be met. If Madness Esports locks in the Estes really early on, I think RSG might just do it all over again. Let's jump into the draft.
Yep. Now, with game number 2 on its way, Madness Esports, it seems like they will be leaning on towards red side once again. Do they respect the Hilda, or do they go for comfort bands again? Because RSG Slate MY, they can do it all over again. Because if you think about it here, the draft that they were picking, the only thing that was meta was pretty much Joy. The rest was pretty much out of ordinary, you know, things that
Martis,
you don't really see. Okay, fine. Martis as well. Fair enough. But at the same time...
Melissa. Telling me Melissa ain't meta, bro?
Yeah, I hate this game. Like, if you think about it, I really hate this game because of the fact that, hey, Mincetar is here as well. Yeah, we've got even more S tier pick kind of out in the open right now.
Look, to be fair, Madness Esports banned it out, so it's not like it wasn't the most fun thing in the world. But Madness Esports, I think it's very brave of them to go back on red side after what just happened. So my guess is that Mint, their coach, has an idea to deal with it.
Pick the Hilda themselves. Pick the Hilda themselves.
No.
Mali, be aggressive.
No, I think that their Fredrin into the Valentina opener was not bad. Getting rid of Joy here That's the smart move.
Yeah, I think the Joy was a big problem. Like, initially I was worrying as well, hey, maybe they would go for Kufra, maybe they could go for an Esmeralda to do with the shields, but eventually they pretty much had no solution to Izanami unless Izanami just dives towards tier 3s, tier 2s, and then dies on his spot and get a little bit aggressive. So I guess with the Eve being played as well, it seems like Madness Esports, they might not be going for the Fredrin this time.
No, well, actually, I think that they might consider Martis here. Yeah. Whether it's Fredrin or Martis, it doesn't really matter. It only gives us an indicator of when they are actually going to be strong. If they go for Martis, they want to play for the early game. If they want to go for something a little bit more balanced throughout the phases, they go for the natural Fredrin. I will say, though, that they might still pull off the same strategy. They might still, RSG might still go for the Hilda. They might still set up for a potential hard-pushing laner like Khalid and quickly steal away some early camps.
Oh, speaking of steals here, they are going to steal the Melissa and the Fredrin this time away from RSG Slate MY in case they decide to go for the Ube strategy again. It was a big problem for them. And in this case, RSG Slate MY, do they want to secure the Claude here, knowing that Madness Esports is going to be leaning on that? Or maybe even stealing the Estes, knowing that Lixia, once upon a time, has played this before?
That's true. I would say that if RSG is still going to be playing for that early game, they can absolutely do so. Brody is still very relevant against the Melissa matchup, and especially when you hit level 2, there are a good amount of options that you actually have to go for that all-in. RSG, on the other hand, I will say that Hilda might not necessarily go as well.
Yeah, that is going to be something that, well, not going to be happening. Seems like they are doubling down on the carry as well as the Martis. They don't really care about potentially bringing the AoE control to deal with the Estes, but they are going to go for the carry to deal with the Fredrin for now. But nope, keeping the Estes open for now for Mali. They will secure the Valentina.
Very standard opening coming up for the side of RSG. I mean, again, natural responses. You see the Fredrin, you lock in the carry, you see the Martis, and more importantly for Madness, it's like, okay, they've already locked in their mid laner. It doesn't look like they're going to cheese. Let's just stick to what we know. Okay. Pozan did well.
I'm genuinely curious here. Like, could it be that RSG Slate MY picked the Joy and they had to force Izanami to play it because Repo doesn't know how to play your Joy?
No, I don't think so. I think there was some very good logic behind it. You need somebody at level 1 to be able to hard push, taking minimal damage.
Madness Esports, they are respecting the Hilda. They are going to ban it off. Considering that if you remember how Game 1's draft is, the final 2 bans was pretty much the Franco as well as the Lolita. Two very, very annoying heroes. You know, obviously Franco is going to be able to go in for the invades, going for those kind of hooks to actually reset the buffs, right? So now with the Hilda, I feel like Madness is what they might consider just branding on the Franco again to make sure that Sonic does his own thing.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good shout, and that probably is very good solution here, especially since there isn't too many options. But then again, I will say that Madness Esports, I personally feel they should be picking up the Franco themselves. Mainly because, hey, real world manipulation, flicker on top of her, bloody hunt, suppressor, make sure the real world doesn't get too much value. You've already got a leg up on RSG.
Yeah, it might be the possibility as well, but here comes the ban. They are going to ban the Minsitar coming RSG Slate MY. No, sorry, for Madness Esports, apologies. But okay, seems like, yeah, based on their draft here for Madness Esports, 3 very, very annoying heroes, a lot of mobility. Makes sense that Minsitar kind of disrupts that, but it gives a lot more options for RSG Slate MY to kind of capitalize on what Lixia wants to do. Because if you think about it, we know that Lixia does have a lot of tendency to lean on specific comfort heroes, and the Hilda kind of caught me off guard, to be honest, from RSG Slate MY.
Yeah, you don't get to see Lexia actually play the Hilda that often, but the fact is, you gotta respect, man, out of game number 1. So let's see. Now Madness Esports has so many different options, and I think like showing the support here isn't too bad overall. They've already got their gold laners, they've already got their mid laners, so that means the EXP is the big question mark here. Without access to certain things like Harlot, let's see whether they can snowball it through topside. No, they go for the flex pick. I like this for Madness.
Okay, this is nice. This is really, really nice. They picked up the Grok, flexible here as well. I think Mali can actually play a Grok as well. I was hoping maybe they would secure the Ruby for him, you know, just because of how annoying Ruby and Fredrin is in all these wombo combo team fights, right? You are just going to be very, very annoying. Carry can't exactly do his own thing as well once he gets caught off. So I guess flexing it up for now is okay. Let RSG Slate MY kind of decide it, but I'm really surprised for the fact that Aramis has been ignored from both sides. But they do bring in the Franco as well as the glue coming from RSG Slate MY.
Yep, so now it's still going to be a bit difficult, but I think at this point you might as well give Mali the Grok so that he can actually go toe-to-toe against someone like Lexia, who's going to consistently try and disrupt the buffs, right? So I think that kind of makes sense. EXP lane, what do we still have available? He can technically go for Lapu Lapu, but it's still a tough matchup against the glue. They can go for Trizla, but at the end of the day, Trizla is just terrible against carry. So what does that leave?
I think the Khalid isn't too bad from inside of Madness Esports, just because of the fact that you can kind of rotate in between lanes in the jungle, provide some sort of resistance. If you're a little bit too low, you have some sort of sustainability to protect it. But no, they bring in the Alice.
Wow.
Wait, is this a jungle Alice?
No, it can't be, right? Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, getting the Fredrin, Mali, getting the Grok, Sonic, yeah, like the Alice. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be the Alice jungle. We've seen this in other regions, just not ours.
And wow, this is interesting. I want to see how this Alice actually does as well, because I've never seen Sonic play it before. And this might be a redemption that Madness Esports needs. And with this cheese strat coming in, it is going to be a very, very difficult one, because based on the stats here, it seems like it is going to be heavily favoring RSG Slate MY in all departments except for the team fight and utility coming from Madness Esports. And I'm looking forward to see how this goes down between both these teams. Will this jungle Alice come up on top or not?
Well, let's find out as we start rolling into the game. RSG currently at match point. Looking to 2-0 their opponents, but Madness Esports hoping they can equalize in this best of 3. It's RSG on the blue side versus Madness Esports on the red side. Game number 2.
Now. We've heard a lot of rumors, Alice jungle has been really popular in other regions, but so far, this is by far the first that I've seen coming from Madness Esports. I want to see how Sonic's able to deliver it for the team, right? Because in terms of overall magic damage, Pozan and Sonic does have enough to threaten everyone from the back lines of RSG Slate MY, especially Izanami.
Oh, but of course, but I think that is to be expected, to be honest with you. But I feel like Madness Esports, they have a good general idea. It might be tough for Ye to sustain in this lane, but honestly, he's not the main win condition. It's all about him sustaining, right? That's the main idea. Sonic, he's going to have to rotate between farming his own jungle, walking up to lanes, and getting stacks, because that's the big issue, right? How does this Alice get the stacks?
Yeah, you can see Sonic's already making way like this.
Whoa!
Oh, the hook! Ooh, almost connecting. But yeah, you make a very, very good solid argument as well, because Sonic, he's got 2 options. Jungle and also lanes. He needs to build stacks from the lanes, at least 50 orbs to get the maximum value for the cooldown as well as mobility for this Alice to be somewhat scary that RSG Slate MY won't be able to run away from.
Yeah, but it also means that Pozan unfortunately has to share that EXP with someone like Sonic. This feels very reminiscent of the funneling strat we've seen prior, like season, 8, 7? It's been a while since we've seen a funneling strat.
Yeah, it is very, very long time, but they are going to sacrifice a lot of EXP from this play. Hopefully, it is going to be very fruitful as well, especially when Sonic is going to be the playmaker from the side of Madness Esports. They're clearing the mid lanes very, very quickly, but this aggression, this very unique playstyle from Madness Esports is putting RSG Slate MY to play a little bit more defensive now compared to Game 1, where you see full-on aggression on every single lane.
Yup, and RSG, they're going to be focusing on their own lanes for the most part of it. No dives are going to be set up just yet. Lexia is nearby to protect low EL. So overall, Madness Esports, they're playing for the later stages of the game, right? So I would imagine that RSG Slate wants to kind of speed up the tempo. I mean, you've already got the Franco as well as the Martis. So I was hoping for early picks here. Doesn't seem to be the case, though.
I like how Madness Esports positioning both their gold lane as XPs, right? They're playing super safe. Just make sure that Sonic, it doesn't get punished for this. But now, here comes the attempt from RSG Slate MY. They're going to force the issue.
Yep, Linkeza with the mortar coils, unable to secure that kill. Sonic's gonna get on top of him, and now Linkeza might not be able to get out as the real world manipulation is right on top of him, and it's too late. Rippo can't do much. That's first blood falling into the hands of Madness Esports.
Okay, this is very, very scary. The confidence coming from Sonic just completely bamboozling the backlines of RSG Slate MY, and now Izanami, he's gonna get caught off.
Yep, Izanami can't do much here. He's locked down. Alexia misses the hook. Sonic now gets to free farm in the enemy territory. Does he have retribution? Yes, he does. So Linkeza might have to 50-50 this. Oh, close. Very, very close.
Yeah, Sonic could have almost stolen it as well. He's not too happy about how things happen in game number 1, but this time they are playing a little bit more pressure, and you can see RSG Slate MY, they're playing a little bit more defensively now, knowing that they might lose a couple fights, but no, the engagement.
Well, they try. Zobs tries to zone off Loliel's here, but they already got the pick onto Grok instantaneously. Very nice play coming up for the side of RSG. They managed to find the read onto Mali.
Yeah, that is very interesting considering that, you know, they do get a little bit of retaliation to punish Mali, right? But I feel like the biggest threat here is that how do they deal with Sonic? Because Sonic is getting free farms from the jungle, free farm from the mid lane, and this funding strategy is putting Linkeza in a spot where he's playing catch-up, but I don't think he can threaten Madness Esports backlines like how Game 1 is, compared to what Sonic is doing, who's already threatening everyone from side RSG Slate MY.
I would hate for Madness to win just because of that one interaction that allowed someone like Sonic to get 2 kills like that. I mean, it came down to a 50-50 on that retribution, and it technically was a little bit more Linkeza favorite, but now we see the suppression coming on top of Mali. He can't get out. He quickly uses his ult and flicker, but RSG now will threaten Zobs out of this lane as they look to attack the gold plating.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of desperation coming from RSG Slate MY as well. Like, they know they lost a little bit of engagements here and there. They're trying to funnel for this, for Lodios to actually get some sort of fun. Unfortunately, they can't actually do too much. They've got a nice engagement with Lexia, but eventually they need to get kills, and that's the most important factor right now. And currently, they're heavily focused on bottom side, but they are losing a lot of map control for Madness Esports.
But I don't think Madness Esports cares. As long as RSG Slate MY doesn't get ahead or actually takes control over the tempo, Madness Esports can play this as slow as possible, and eventually Sonic is going to infinitely outscale everybody on the side of RSG Slate.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is going to be tough because eventually somebody's got to figure out how to deal with this Alice, and eventually we know for a fact that Lolios does have this tank shredding capabilities, but where's the degen aura coming in from? Because eventually Dominant Size does almost jack shit to Alice itself, just because it's magic output. So forcing an early Necklace of Durance is going to be a pretty fruitful for Izanami in particular.
Sorry, I got caught up here. Very childish of me to be thinking about degens here. But overall, mid lane getting hit by that initial suppression. Lexia finds the catch, and now he gets the walk away thanks to the help of Izanami to secure the kill, finally evening up the score 2-2.
Yep, and speaking of which, now for Lolios is going to try and threaten Sonic's. Linkeza's coming in to provide a little more assistance, but I don't think he has enough.
It's looking good! The Decimate follows him all the way underneath the turret. The second one comes in, but they hand the kill over. Lexia somehow securing it, and this is going to be 2 kills again falling into the hands of RSG Slate.
Oh, that is huge. That is huge. Like, RSG Slate MY, they needed that pixel perfect kill on Sonic, and that was, I think that's pretty much the first mistake Madness Esports has done so far, that it pretty much gave a little bit more room for RSG Slate MY to actually make a comeback. But speaking of anti-heal here, very early dominance eyes up on both Lexia as well as Repo for this fight.
Yep, they need to make sure that they can have some form of anti-heal to slow them down, and now they've already got the turtle. Golden Stat purchased by Loliel's, and real-world manipulations are traded out. Decimate from Lexia finds one, looking for a second onto Sonic. He's healing through, and he's healing a lot, but it just ain't enough when both Rippo as well as Lexia have a dominance ice.
Yeah, this is really, really nice coming from RSG Slate MY. I was a little bit worried about this as well, but guess what? No anti-heal comes in, boom, absolutely nothing these Alice can do. And with this being said in mind, Ling Eza finally gets the control that he's been looking for to continue to snowball his decimation. And with that 2 little kills here, it just gives him enough confidence to challenge Sonic a little bit better compared to just now.
Yeah, and it looks like Izanami is going to go for the traditional build, Ice Queen's Wand into Enchanted Talisman. RSG are able to finally secure another Tier 1. Looks like the side lanes are struggling a little bit, but I think Madness Esports, they're okay with this. Like a 3.2k, they can bounce back.
Yeah, this is something that I think Madness Esports, they have to rethink their strategy here. You know, funneling Sonic isn't exactly working out, but
Lexia misses the hook, but the real world manipulation is being traded. Pozan getting solo, ends up dying to Izanami regardless, and now Lodios gets hit with a 2-man knockup. Ling Eza solo and Zobs to shred the rest. Sonic being the secondary tank of the team, doing a hell of a good job.
Oh, that was huge. That was a huge wall charge as well. Pozan versus Izanami showdown. Eventually, Pozan kind of lost, but redeemed by the rest of Madness Esports. Lexia tries to go for the hook. Unfortunately, not gonna connect as Madness Esports bites back.
And Madness Esports, they've got pressure. They will be able to start trading back from a 3k back down to 1,000. Tier 1s collapse on bottom side for RSG Slate, and even top side getting threatened too. I don't know. This is becoming quite the game.
Yeah, this is something that I think Madness Esports needs to actually figure out, which is pretty much finding a way to punish Izanami, right? To get the kill on Izanami, it's going to be good, but at the top side, Mally gets dived on.
Yep, and now the real world manipulation is already out, forcing Lodius to actually flicker into Sonic. They didn't expect him to be on that side. Lexia ends up dying too with the help of Zaz. Rippo forced to use that split, but Sonic finally dives out to the real world manipulation as Rippo, continuing to be annoying, finally triggers it, gets on top of Zaz, pulls him back as zones out Izanami, and now Zav's all by himself. Rippo has to try and secure this kill by himself as the Lord is getting taken single-handedly by Ling Eza right here, right now. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Retribution, always why they secure these neutral objectives.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this, right? The RSG Slate MY, they saw an opportunity, they got a kill on Sonic immediately. Ling Eza understood the game plan. Oh, nobody to contest with a 50-50 coin flip. It's okay, I'm gonna start this, but at the same time, Madness Esports, they could have died for the play if you think about it, but now Ling Eza is gonna get caught off.
Well, Ling Eza is fine. He's too tanky for Madness Esports to really fully commit on him, especially when Zaz isn't close enough to get that DHS damage. Now, they're syncing up the waves. They cleared up mid super early on. Madness Esports does this all the time. They really prioritize this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, this is something that they have to hold on. They need to this map control, but the bigger question here is they need to find a way to shut down Ling Eza or maybe Lodios here. With the Lord knocking down bottom side, they have no choice but to play defensively, and there's nothing much they could have done. So RSG Slate MY, they're trying to force a couple of issues here, but at the same time, they don't really need to actually play very aggressively right now.
Oh, we say that, but Madness Esports, let's see how long they can hold on. If they lose an inhibitor, that would be very unfortunate. They finally kill off the Lord here as Magic Sentry is going to reveal the positions of that bot side. Iron Hook was looking so good. But the Purify comes out. Rippo in the middle of the fight in 4, uses his split. They don't exactly find it, but they pull Pozan out of the way and secure the kill with the Decimate. Now it's all Ling Eza. He has to get away. Zobs is trying his absolute best, but he's managed to get peeled by everybody else. Sonic as well. Yeah. Has to walk off now, and Sonic still trying to disrespect the space. Where's the Iron Hook for Lexia? He doesn't have it just yet. Inhibitors still available. The defense from Madness Esports only losing 2 for nothing.
Oh, nice catch here coming from Repo as well, going for the split, knowing that Pozan is pretty much the reason why Madness Esports is going to be able to win this fight, right? Double real elimination here, both sides kind of weak against it, and with that fight not having real elimination up on Pozan, pretty much secures the victory for RSG Slate MY. And with that being said, they are going to continue their snowball to try and set up for the second Lord once this time, but for now, Lodios is so far ahead in terms of items now.
I mean, in terms of damage, we're seeing that Izanami is just pumping out so much more right now. He is making sure that his team is comfortable, right? Like, Pozan tries to go toe-to-toe with Izanami, realizes it way too late that he can't actually deal with the damage.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult, right? Especially when Pozan is in a position where he needs to be close just because he can terrify someone, but at the same time, he can't be too close because he needs to take advantage of the range of what Real Leadership contributes for the team, and it's so difficult for him to do anything if both Sonic and Yeah can't exactly push out of the lane at all.
Yeah,
Because of the fact of, what, Lexia, I guess?
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to the fact that Link, Asa, and Lexia have spread their influence across the map very well. Rippo at the same time, like, he knows what he's supposed to be doing. He's not pushing the side lane right now. He is nearby. He knows that he needs to get ready for this upcoming team fight. Lexia finds the Bloody Hunt onto one, and that's going to be Mali who pays the price for it. And Rippo in the middle of that fight gets on top of Yeah. Oh man, Appraiser's Wrath not going to do too much, but it's going to be Loliels who secures the kill.
Yeah, absolutely nothing Yeah could have done. Immediately chipped away by Loliels, right? That's the beauty of what true damage carry does to tanks. And with the early DHS coming from him, there's nothing Yeah and Mali could have done in that scenario. And Madness Esports nowhere near to actually re-engage that fight as well. Didn't exactly want to go for it. And now Pozan 3v5. It is going to be a tough one. And Pozan's got to throw everything he has as Valentina to stop this push coming from RG.
I mean, Pozan is struggling, honestly. Like everybody else on the side of Madness Esports, except for Zavs. Ooh, okay. These Iron Hooks are getting closer and closer and closer, but this is the big item power spike we were waiting for. Izanami now gets the Divine Glaive. They get the inhibitor turret, and now how do they play this out as Rippo is getting into the middle of that fight here. Bottom inhibitor ends up falling. Rippo will go into the split form. He knows he can tank the damage here with the help of his team. Izanami dropping down the real war manipulation as well. Looks like Mali's Nature's Barrier is going to be enough to hold them back. Madness Esports, no inhibitors left. RSG Slate on the cusp of securing this game.
Oh, desperation coming from both sides. Madness Esports, they are somehow...
It looked good. The wild charge now coming in, but some flicker from Mali is good enough. Zavs is able to start shredding them down one by one, and Loliels as well on the backside. All right, Appraiser's Wrath chunks down Loliels down to 50% of his HP, but it's a 3v4. It's not easy, but they are low, and they have no time to refresh.
And Loliels is going to continue with his aggression as well. Madness Esports is here to provide a decision, but Loliels is chipping with the crystal, but no minions. They have to disengage, but here comes another wave.
Second wave, and now they're looking for to end this all together. Loliels is just hitting the crystal. Somebody stop him. It's too late. 2-0, a clean sweep by RSG.
Oh my goodness, RSG Slate MY pretty much solidifies their spots to actually go up even more. And Repo, look at him celebrating. The robot Madness is here, and he completely destroys them all.
Woo! What a game coming out from the side of RSG. GG, well played to them. A genius game number 1, a standard game number 2, and now for all of you Indonesian fans who tuned off after RRQ lost, we still got that flair here. Rippo, you know how to talk, baby.
Oh my goodness, robot Madness indeed. Repo just showing a little bit of love, but at the same time, what a game coming from RSG Slate MY, because this seems like they are a little bit more connected now compared to before, but at the same time, it was pretty much a one-sided snowball in both those games coming from RSG Slate MY.
Really good set plays all across the board. You know, some pretty smart ideas. I can't wait to see RSG pull off that game number 1 at a different time. At some point, we have to see that again.
Yeah, we have to see it for sure, but all RSG Slate MY had a very, very convincing game. You can see the celebration in the back lines as well. And I'm curious to see what they have to say for that match as we turn it over towards our host, Rose, up on stage.
Dan itu dia RSG dengan 3 mata penuh untuk minggu kelima hari pertama. Oh, wow. Ui, tengok, the fans today are so cute. Orang bawa banner lagi. Comel. Okay, so kita punya King of Taunt. Okay, Repo, kita punya King of Taunt. Now your next match is gonna be against Lunatics. And Joe pun tengah macam naik tau dengan, you know, the taunting game. Nak cakap apa dekat dorang?
Buat yang the best lah. Siapa menang dapat taunting.
Korang rasa siapa yang akan taunt hari tu? Repo dah prepare tak taunt untuk dorang?
Apa?
Dah prepare ke taunt untuk lawan Lunatics nanti?
Belum fikir lagi, tapi kena menangkan dulu.
I see. So tadi tu macam bila menang dah terus tahu nak buat apa?
Sebab tiba-tiba idea keluar.
Oh wow, lepas menang tu macam ting. Okay. I want to ask Kuja. Coach?
Ya.
Hi Coach. Banyak fanboy coach hari ni. Woi, tengok tu. Okay, so coach, kita tahu sekarang RSG Slate is somewhere around the bottom of the leaderboard. How many % sure are you that RSG Slate boleh lagi qualify untuk playoffs?
Hari ini adalah penentu untuk kita orang yakin sama ada kita orang boleh qualify atau tidak. Dan hari ini dapat 3 poin yang sangat bermakna sebab kita orang perlu cari around 4 to 5 lah point at least.
Yes.
Ya, so kita orang dapat 3 hari ni, kita orang akan cuba dapatkan lagi lebih lah sebab sekarang ni bila dah dapat 3 point sekarang, kita orang nak jadi greedy sikit, kita nak kejar top 4.
Oh wow! Masih ada lagi masa untuk top 4 and I'm pretty sure it's still possible.
Ya, masih possible lagi.
Masih possible. Okay guys, kejap. Since I'm now with Coach Kuja, I dengar that it's Coach Kuja's daughter's birthday today and the RSG fans want to sing happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Kuja. Happy birthday to you. And lagi satu nak cakap.
Mike salah ni.
Oh salah. Okay. Itu hari diorang cakap Madness cakap apa draft senang kena baca Tapi kenapa tadi susah nak baca?
Susah
Susah. Lagi satu nak bagi tahu. Madness nak point, ambil lah sikit.
Ripo ni tak pernah disappointing tau when it comes to interview. Okay guys, so korang rasa siapa MVP of the match kali ni?
Iris!
Belum lagi, belum. Okay, count with me tau. 3, 2, 1. Izanami! Kita punya Prince of Mage. Prince of Mage sekali lagi dapat MVP of the match.
Ya, happy lah dapat MVP kan. Tapi sebenarnya saya rasa dalam game tu bukan saya aja yang MVP. Bagi saya semua MVP lah. Terutama saya mau bagi MVP ni dekat Lexia sebab Franco dia tadi memang mantap.
Wow! Oh my God, the love from RSG players today to one another is so much. Dengan fans hari ni pun semua supporting. Okay, so nak cakap apa untuk semua orang yang datang dan sokong RSG hari ni? Tengok tu banner tengah goyang-goyang.
Kepada semua yang datang hari ni, thank you sebab datang support kami dan setahu saya ada pelajar-pelajar dari UM juga datang. Thank you sebab datang.
Oh, that's so nice. Okay guys, are you guys ready for the audience? Mana Iqbal? Iqbal? Mana tu? Mana? Oh. Hilang? Mana Iqbal? Oh, okay. I rasa orang tu... Oi. Bawa banner. Bawa. Oh, okay.
Aku dah pandai.
Uish. Ni yang buat I terkejut tadi. Masa masuk, ada a few people yang pegang banner. I'm like, ni first time. Wow. Hello. Uish, ada stiker lagi. Hello. Okay, I pegang.
Alright, hello. Hi everyone.
Oh, dia excited. So, nak cakap apa dekat RSG? Nak tanya soalan ke nak bagi sokongan?
I'm so happy. I'm so proud of you guys. Go GG RSG.
Ripo, cheer sikit. Dia cakap GG RSG.
Festopia!
Alright, thank you. I'm going to give you guys a chance untuk ambil gambar dulu. Go closer, boys. Alright guys, kalau korang nak saksikan game-game yang panas macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan kalau korang ialah satu audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Alah, comelnya banner dia. Alright, thank you Iqbal. Thank you. Oh, okay. One more time. GG! Congratulations RSG on the win. Dorang minta. Tak ada. Ripo. Oi! Okay guys, korang rasa match ni fun ke tak? Kalau fun, korang kena datang Stadium Juara selalu, okay? Okay, and with that, mari kita dengar mic check game kedua pada Team RSG. Let's see what they have to say.
Tengok sikit muka mental.
Makan.
Nice.
Balik.
Mantap.
Nice.
Mantap kill.
Mantap dok.
Boleh bantai cili.
Boleh dok.
Dapat.
Kita padang tiga. Boleh. Hati-hati ya.
Belasam. Tahu dulu guys. Hati-hati ya. At least dia boleh masuk tu.
Kiting. Sakitnya Alicia. Dapat.
Lagi 29.
Tahan untuk Altisir. Kalau nak masuk. Dapat.
Wow, you feel the love and energy here at Stadium Juara, especially for RSG Slate MY fans. And to my surprise, things did actually go really well, and a little bit of heartful moment coming from Izanami as well. Lexia did play really well in both games, and this is my first time seeing him so dominant and so comfortable ever since his integration as a roamer.
Such huge hooks, he kept on trying, man. If he doesn't make it the first time, you flicker in, you commit everything, he'll eventually get one of those hooks to really change up this game. And once again, you know, Kuja, happy birthday to your daughter here. Big shout outs to them and all the RSG fans. They started walking in a marching band and they amped up the energy here at Stadium Juara.
You can feel that aura coming in, and of course, like Rose said as well, if you guys want to enjoy yourself and feel the energy, you can always come down to Stadium Juara to show yourself and maybe even see a couple of us as well. But as of now, let's talk a little bit more on the match highlights for this match. Back on track, can RSG Slate MY contest for the upper bracket slots? Because Kuja just called it out. Getting a little bit greedy, but is it possible?
I mean, if they keep winning 2-0, it's absolutely possible. The number of points that you actually get from a 2-0 skyrockets you above the rest of those teams. Dropping it 2-1, you get a little bit less, and it doesn't feel as good, but I think, you know, top 4, that's their initial aim at the beginning of the season. At least now, it's becoming more realistic to achieve.
Yeah. And of course, that is going to be a very important one. But guess what? Here's a little bit of a fun fact for you guys, because the All-Star Team skin Mia Atomic Pop Mia is available now with custom action bundle. You can enjoy 30% off from the 5th of April all the way to the 25th of April. Besides, All-Star promo diamonds can also be used for discounts. So that means the skin and bundle will be available as of yet, and you can use it with those promo diamonds.
Yep, it's all about the All-Stars this month, so quickly get what you can while the event's still going on. MLBB doesn't have too many of these, especially of this scale with multiple things happening within the month alone. Why not start early, get yourself back into the game if you've been a long-time viewer but never had the time to play? Now's a good time.
Yeah, exactly. Free diamonds, free promotions, everything
skins
off as well. We've got skins, and you know, today's one has been really nice. And of course, if you guys want to catch us live here in Stadium Juara, guess what? You can actually book a ride on the Air Asia ride using the code new MPL MY for 5 ringgit off the first time users, or MPL MY code for 3 ringgit off 2 rides if you are currently an existing users. All you gotta do is just download the Air Asia Super app right now to book your ride. And who knows, you might be one of those lucky fans to actually stand a chance to be picked and walk up on stage and take a picture with your favorite heroes.
And also, of course, to say a few words to your favorite players, not to mention they have merch outside, they got food outside in case you want to book a puasa, and more importantly, you might catch a glimpse of the teams leaving the stadium. You might be able to get an autograph and things like that. But let's talk shop here as we show up the item build. Let's go through this one by one, because obviously there are a couple of interesting things. Number one, I feel like Zavs is very on point with the upcoming, well, I wouldn't say meta, but in terms of the changes to the builds. Again, just having the component of the Magic Dagger is great. It saved him from a lot of tight spots.
Yeah, I think he's done a lot here, but interesting enough, like Madness Esports, they had this idea to kind of funnel Sonic to kind of progress his way through, right? And I was a little bit questioning here as well. Oh, great, they need some sort of NTU from RSG Slate MY. I was thinking maybe even Endurance, etc. But they forced by an early Dominance Ice, which is kind of rare these days. It is very, very popular in the previous seasons. Now people are just leaning on like, what? Yeah, if you pay attention to how Madly's items as well, he didn't exactly progress the Dominance Ice first. He went for a Dreadnought armor and then progressed for a Radiant armor, which is very popular in the current patch.
Well, yeah, especially with the way that artillery mages work, they have that instant impact, right? You don't necessarily want to have, oh, I've got a little bit of mana and some armor to protect myself against this highly difficult long-range magic damage dealer. I think that makes sense. And I think, you know, for Izanami, for him, 79,000 damage being the overall carry in terms of damage dealt. Well done to him.
Yep. Very, very nicely done as well. Izanami definitely popping off. Leo's kind of scaled into the later stage of the game, but you know, I agree with what he said as well, because Lexia was getting some really, really sick catches here, allowing Leos to just completely bypassing whatever Madness is thinking of doing, which is pretty much zoning them out with the Grok or even with the Frederick. And every single time they do that, Alexia is there to set it up for a team, and it's worked out for RSG Slate MY.
Now, here's the thing, right? With a lot of Franco players, it's not just about the immediate impact of landing the hook. It's the threat of getting hit by the hook. And I think, you know, Zobsky's very, very cautious about this, and the same goes for Pozan, both of which are trying to avoid Lexia a lot, which put them in some really tough spots as Lexia slowly pushed them into people like Eza, into the blender of Loliels, and more importantly, to keep them within the real-world manipulation. Now, looking at both of the drafts, there's a bit of a different story here, because game number one, it didn't feel like RSG had an incredible early game as we expected when we're looking at the early game win rate overall, but their composition with the join, the mid lane, with the movements across the map to bypass the first 2 minutes, genius.
Yeah, the Hilda plays especially here to just completely shut down Sonic. I've never seen a Frederick Druggle get completely destroyed this hard, and RSG Slate MY, even though the stats favored them, didn't exactly work out for Madness Esports. However, for the game number two, this is where things got a little bit interesting, because, you know, RSG Slate MY, when you have this Franco in early game, it's very, very likely that you are going to be losing a lot of majority either of objectives or even a kill potential and forcing flickers coming out from Madness Esports. So this is a problem where I think Madness Esports struggled to actually play that game.
Oh, well, I mean, that's kind of why it's difficult to play this Alice, but our MVP of the match, obviously, we got to highlight Izanami here. I can't even really say too much about game number one, but game number two, it's very clear he is comfortable with his heroes. He knows his hero pool through and through.
Yeah, he definitely does as well. The Prince of Mage definitely lives up to expectation. Give him a mage, he can play all, and so far, he has not disappointed so far for whenever he brings out a mage. And with this Eve as well as Joy, which is kind of surprising as well, because I believe that is pretty much the first mid-Joy we've seen all season for MPL MY.
Yeah, again, I expect, you know, every time I see Joy, there's only one place it goes, EXP. You don't get to see it in the jungle very often, and especially against mid lane. Like, I thought that, like, man, Joy is gonna do nothing against, overall, against this Pozan. What was he playing against? Valentina, right?
Yeah.
As soon as he hits level 2, it's basically impossible for Joy to actually do anything. So the quick bypass, wow. Hats off to him. Hats off to them.
Very smart as well, considering that Pozan didn't have a lot of ultimates he kind of stolen here, if you think about it. But now, in case you missed out how Game 2 kind of went as well, you can see Madness Esports, they were just funneling a lot of this farm onto Sonic, which initially was very, very smart. I think you brought up a very good point at that time as well. He needs farm storage jungle, he needs to build stacks, and the moment Sonic does either or those, he is gonna lose out a lot of... he's gonna be taking away a lot of resources from his teammates.
Well, I mean, especially for Pozan, that was the case. A lot of his leveling was... he was definitely going to be a level behind Izanami. He recognized that. He understood. He's like, yes, this is going to happen. Yeah, on the other hand, had an even tougher time because he's going up against Rippo on a glue, which basically is a losing matchup because Yeah doesn't threaten Rippo at all because he doesn't have enough damage, and Rippo can basically sustain infinitely against him.
Yeah, and you can see Rippo as well is always trying to pressure the backlines. And this was a very interesting integration because prior to this as well, the force fight coming from RSG Slate MY, they got an early pick on Sonic, and the moment Sonic dies, they realized that, you know what, I can straight away do an objective on my own. I don't think Madness Esports can actually sneakily come and contest this as well, and this is a very cheeky plays coming from RSG Slate MY. I smell greed all over the game, but eventually it still paid off in their favor.
It really did. Honestly, Madness Esports, like Zavs, he had a lot on his shoulders here because he's the only one who can really threaten the member, and especially the tankier members of RSG Slate MY. You got to give it to Loliels. He was able to kind of oppress the lane with a bit of help from his mid laners and obviously with the help of Lexia. But now we look at the standings so far, and Madness Esports is still in the red.
Now, obviously, Madness Esports has 1 point here. He's got 6. They've got 6 points, right? You know, Taunt came in from Repo. They are still not that far behind to actually qualify towards playoffs. But with that 2-0 from RSG Slate MY, they are in a position where they might be able to challenge the top 4, even though they're 1 game behind Lunatics.
I mean, just look at that. The top 4, it's from Lunatics, it's 11 points. Red Esports at 11 points. RSG Slate MY at 10 points. I will say that if Lunatics or Red Esports, by the time they finish all of their games, there's a really good chance that they could actually start overtaking some of the people in the top 4 itself. Maybe not Team SMG, but Homeboys looks to be the next best bet.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very close because this is by far one of the closest season I've seen so far when it comes to contention for top 4 as well as a top 8 position. And obviously Team SMG and Todak definitely one of the top contenders, but even then, besides SMG, Todak and Homeboys might actually lose jeopardy in terms of priority with the placements.
Ooh, it's tough to say. It's really, really tough to say. The standings is going to change constantly here in week number 5. And remember, after this week, there's only 1 week left to secure their positions in the playoffs. So a lot is on the line. There's nothing to hold back anymore.
Oh, this is scary. This is very, very scary, especially for Madness Esports. It is going to be very, very tough. But before that, you guys want to have more matches? Guess what? Tomorrow's schedule is going to be up on screen as well. We are going to be starting things off with tomorrow with Lunatics going up against Red Esports, followed by Homeboys going up against Todak, and then closing things off with Team Secret against Red Giants. And of course, the highlight match of the day, Homeboys versus Todak. The fight for the top 2.
Yep, it's 2nd and 3rd place between the both of them. And again, there's a lot of back and forth going on with the Homeboys having their own revamp. Todak still thinking they're still on top of the entire game itself. It's going to be a cluster of games tomorrow. And that's why week 5 is usually where it gets very, very intense amongst the teams.
Oh, I'm so excited to see what tomorrow's match is going to be happening as well. Will Todak still remain atop, or will they fumble? Because Homeboys has been eyeing for the top spot for a very, very long time. And I'm looking forward to see how it all goes tomorrow here, Gideon.
Yep. Well, in talking about tomorrow, we're going to be closing out for today here on Friday. This is the MPL MY Season 11. My name is Guinea Q. This is Chensai Baby 12. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine.